To Priscus, 359 AD, from Gaul. On receiving your letter, I at once dispatched Archelaus, and gave him letters to carry to you, and the passport as you wished for a longer time. If you are inclined to explore the ocean, everything with God's help will be provided for you as you would wish, unless you dread the boorishness of the Gauls and the winter climate. This, however, will turn out as the God sees fit, but I swear to you, by him who is the giver and preserver of all my good fortune, that I desire to live only that I may in some degree be of use to you. When I say you, I mean the true philosophers, and convinced as I am that you are one of these, how much I have loved you, you well know, and how I desire to see you. May divine providence preserve you in health for many a year, my dearest and best beloved brother. I salute the admirable Hippia and your children. To the same, 358 AD from Gaul. As regards a visit to me from your good self, if you have it in mind, make your plans now, with the help of the gods, and exert yourself, for perhaps a little later I too shall have no time to spare. Hunt up for me all the writings of Iamblicius to his namesake. Only you can do this, for your sister's son-in-law owns a thoroughly revised version, and if I am not mistaken, while I was writing this sentence a marvellous sign was vouchsafed me. I entreat you not to let Theodorus and his followers deafen you too by their assertions that Iamblicius, that truly godlike man, who ranks next to Pythagoras and Plato, was worldly and self-seeking. But if it is rash to declare my own opinion to you, I may reasonably expect you to excuse me, as one excuses those who are carried away by a divine frenzy. You are yourself an ardent admirer of Iamblicius for his philosophy, and of his namesake for his theosophy, and I too think, like Apollodorus, that the rest are not worth mentioning compared with those two. As for your collection of the works of Aristotle, so much I will say, you have made me style myself your pupil, though I have no right to the title. For while Maximus of Tyre in 6 books was able to initiate me to some little extent into Plato's logic, you, with 1 book, have made me, perhaps I may even say, a complete intimate in the philosophy of Aristotle, but at any rate, a thyros-bearer. When you join me, I can prove the truth of my words by the great number of works that I wrote in my spare time during last winter. To Eumenius and Pharanius, AD 359, from Gaul. If anyone has persuaded you that there is anything more delightful or more profitable for the human race than to pursue philosophy at one's leisure without interruptions, he is a deluded man, trying to delude you. But if your old-time zeal still abides in you, and has not been swiftly quenched like a brilliant flame, then I regard you as peculiarly blessed. 4 years have already passed, yes, and almost 3 months besides, since we parted from one another. It would give me pleasure to observe how far you have progressed in this period. As for my own progress, if I can still so much as speak Greek, it is surprising. Such a barbarian have I become, because of the places I have lived in. Do not despise the study of mere words, or be careless of rhetoric, or fail to read poetry. But you must devote still more attention to serious studies, and let your whole effort be to acquire understanding of the teachings of Aristotle and Plato. Let this be your task, the base, the foundation, the edifice, the roof. For all other studies are by the way. though they are completed by you with greater zeal than some bestow on really important tasks. I call sacred justice to witness that I give you this advice because I love you like brothers, for you were my fellow students and my very good friends. If therefore you follow my advice, I shall love you all the more, but if I see that you disregard it, I shall grieve, and grief, if it lasts, usually results in something that, for the sake of a happy augury, I forbear to mention. To Oribasius, 358, from Paris. The divinely inspired Homer says that there are two gates of dreams, and that with regard to future events we cannot trust them both equally. But I think that this time, if ever before, you have seen clearly into the future, for I too, this very day, saw a vision of the same sort. I thought that in a certain very spacious room a tall tree had been planted, and that it was leaning down to the ground, while at its root had sprouted another, small and young, and very flourishing. Now I was very anxious on behalf of the small tree, lest someone in pulling up the large one should pull it up as well, and in fact, when I came close I saw that the tall tree was lying at full length on the ground, while the small one was still erect, but hung suspended away from the earth. Now when I saw this, I said, in great anxiety, Alas for this tall tree! There is danger that not even its offspring will be preserved. Then one who was altogether a stranger to me said, Look carefully and take courage, for since the root still remains in the earth, the smaller tree will be uninjured, and will be established ever more securely than before. So much for my dreams, then. God knows what they portend. As for that abominable eunuch, I should be glad to learn when he said these things about me, whether it was before he had met me, or since. So tell me whatever you can about this. But with regard to my behaviour towards him, the gods know that often, when he wronged the provincials, I kept silent at the expense of my own honour. To some charges I would not listen, others I would not admit, others again I did not believe, while in some cases I imputed the blame to his associates. But when he thought fit to make me share in such infamy by sending to me to sign those shameful and wholly abominable reports, what was the right thing for me to do? Was I to remain silent, or to oppose him? The former course was foolish, servile, and odious to the gods. The latter was just, manly, and liberal, but was not open to me on account of the affairs that engaged me. So what then was I to do? In the presence of many persons who I knew would report it to him, I said, Such a one will certainly and by all means revise his reports, for they pass the bounds of decency. When he heard this, he was so far from behaving with discretion that he did things which, by heaven, no tyrant with any moderation would have done, and that too, though I was so near to where he was. In such a case, what was the proper conduct for a man who is a zealous student of the teachings of Plato and Aristotle? Ought I to have looked on while the wretched people were being betrayed to thieves? Or to have aided them as far as I could, for they were already singing their swan song because of the criminal artifices of men of that sort? To me, at least, it seemed a disgraceful thing that, while I punish my military tribunes when they desert their post, and indeed they ought to be put to death at once, and not even granted burial, I should myself desert my post which is for the defence of such wretched people, whereas it is my duty to fight against thieves of his sort, especially when God is fighting on my side, for it was indeed he who posted me here. And if any harm to myself should result, it is no small consolation to have proceeded with a good conscience. but I pray that the gods may let me keep the excellent Sallust. If, however, it turns out that because of this affair I receive his successor, perhaps it will not grieve me, for it is better to do one's duty for a brief time honestly than for a long time dishonestly. The peripatetic teachings are not, as some say, less noble than the Stoic. In my judgment there is only this difference between them. The former are always more sanguine, and not so much the result of deliberate thought, while the latter have a greater claim to practical wisdom, and are more rigidly consistent with the rules of conduct that have been laid down. 2 Priscus, AD 358, Paris. I had only just recovered by the providence of the all-seeing one from a very severe and sharp attack of sickness, when your letters reached my hands, on the very day when I took my first bath. It was already evening when I read them, and it would be hard for you to tell how my strength began to return when I realized your pure and sincere affection. May I become worthy of it, that I may not shame your love for me. Your letters I read at once, though I was not very well able to do so, but those of Antonius to Alexander I stored up for the next day. On the 7th day from their receipt I began to write this to you, since my strength is improving reasonably well, thanks to divine providence. May the all-seeing one preserve you, my dearest and best beloved brother. May I see you, my treasure. Added with his own hand, I swear by your well-being and by my own, by the all-seeing God, that I really feel as I have written. Best of men, when can I see you and embrace you, for already, like doting lovers, I adore your very name. To Alypius, brother of Caesarius, 361, from Gaul. Silason, it is said, went up to Darius, reminded him of his cloak, and asked him for Samos in return for it. Then Darius prided himself greatly on this, because he considered that he had given much for little, though after all it proved a grievous gift for Silason. Now consider my conduct compared with that of Darius. In the first place, I think that I have behaved better than he in one point at any rate. I mean that I did not wait to be reminded by another, but after preserving the memory of your friendship so long undimmed, the first moment that the God granted me power I summoned you, not among the second but among the very first. So much for the past. Now with reference to the future, will you allow me, for I am a prophet, to foretell something? I think that it will be far more prosperous than in the case I spoke of, only let not Adrestia take offence when I say so. For you need no king to help you to conquer a city, while I, on the other hand, need many to help me to raise up again what has fallen on evil days. Thus does my Gallic and barbarian muse jest for your benefit, but be of good cheer and come, and may the gods attend you. There is good spoil of deer and hunting of small sheep in the winter quarters. Come to your friend who valued you even when he could not yet know your merit. To the same. It happened that when you sent me your map, I had just recovered from my illness, but I was none the less glad on that account to receive the chart that you sent. For not only does it contain diagrams better than any hitherto made, but you have embellished it by adding those iambic verses, not such as sing the war of Bupalus, as the poet of Cyrene expresses it, but such as beautiful Sappho is wont to fashion for her songs. In fact, the gift is such as no doubt it will become you to give, while to me it is most agreeable to receive. With regard to your administration of affairs, insomuch as you study to act in all cases both energetically and humanely, I am well pleased with it. For to blend mildness with moderation, with courage and force, and to exercise the former towards the most virtuous, and the latter implacably in the case of the wicked for their regeneration, is, as I am convinced, a task that calls for no slight natural endowment and virtue. I pray that you may ever hold fast to these ambitions, and may adapt them both solely to what is fair and honourable. Not without reason did the most eloquent of the ancient writers believe that this is the end and aim set for all the virtues. May you continue in health and happiness as long as possible, my well-beloved and most dear brother. To Maximus the Philosopher, 361, from Nyassa. Everything crowds into my mind at once and chokes my utterances, as one thought refuses to let another precede it. Whether you please to class such symptoms among psychic troubles, or to give them some other name, but let me arrange what I have to tell you in chronological order, though not until I have first offered thanks to the all-merciful gods, who at this present time permitted me to write, and will also perhaps permit us to see one another again. Directly after I had been made emperor against my will, as the gods know, and this I made evident then and there in every way possible, I led the army against the barbarians. That expedition lasted for 3 months, and when I returned to the shores of Gaul, I was ever on the watch and kept inquiring from all who came from that quarter whether any philosopher or any scholar wearing a philosopher's cloak or a soldier's tunic had arrived there. Then I approached Besontio. It is a town that has lately been restored, but in ancient times it was a large city adorned with costly temples, and was fortified by a strong wall, and further by the nature of the place, for it is encircled by the river Dubis. It rises up like a rocky cliff in the sea, inaccessible, I might almost say, to the very birds, except in those places where the river, as it flows around it, throws out what one may call beaches that lie in front of it. Near this city there came to meet me a certain man who looked like a cynic, with his long cloak and staff. When I first caught sight of him in the distance, I imagined that he was none other than yourself, and when I came nearer to him I thought that he had surely come from you. The man was in fact a friend of mine, though he fell short of what I hoped and expected. This then was one vain dream I had, and afterwards I thought that because you were busied with my affairs I should certainly find you nowhere outside of Greece. Zeus be my witness, and great Helios, mighty Athene, and all the gods and goddesses, how on my way down to Illyricum from Gaul I trembled for your safety. Also I keep inquiring of the gods, not that I ventured to do this myself, for I could not endure to see or hear anything so terrible as one might have supposed would be happening to you at that time, but I entrusted the task to others. And the gods did indeed show clearly that certain troubles would befall you, nothing terrible, however, nor to indicate that impious counsels would be carried out. But you see that I have passed over many important events. Above all, it is right that you should learn how I became all at once conscious of the very presence of the gods, and in what manner I escaped the multitude of those who plotted against me, though I put no man to death, deprived no man of his property, and only imprisoned those whom I caught red-handed. All this, however, I ought perhaps to tell you rather than to write it, but I think you will be very glad to be informed of it. I worship the gods openly, and the whole mass of the troops who are returning with me worship the gods. I sacrifice oxen in public. I have offered to the gods many hecatombs as thanks offerings. The gods command me to restore their worship in its utmost purity, and I obey them, yes, and with a good will, for they promise me great rewards for my labours, if only I am not remiss. Many things occur to my mind beside what I have written, but I must store up certain matters to tell you when you are with me. Come here then, in the name of the gods, as quickly as you can, and use 2 or more public carriages. Moreover, I have sent 2 of my most trusted servants, one of whom will escort you as far as my headquarters. The other will inform me that you have set out and will forthwith arrive. Do you yourself tell the youths which of them you wish to undertake which of these tasks. To his uncle Julian, AD 361, from Nyassa. The 3rd hour of the night has just begun, and as I have no secretary to dictate to, because they are all occupied, I have with difficulty made the effort to write this to you myself. I am alive, by the grace of the gods, and have been freed from the necessity of either suffering or inflicting irreparable ill. But the sun, whom of all the gods I besought most earnestly to assist me, and sovereign Zeus also, bear me witness that never for a moment did I wish to slay Constantius, but rather I wished the contrary. Why then did I come? Because the gods expressly ordered me, and promised me safety if I obeyed them, but if I stayed, what I pray no god may do to me. Furthermore I came because, having been declared a public enemy, I meant to frighten him merely, and that our quarrel should result in intercourse on more friendly terms. But if we should have to decide the issue by battle, I meant to entrust the whole to fortune, and to the gods, and so await whatever their clemency might decide. To Eutharius, AD 361, from Nyassa. I am alive, and have been saved by the gods. Therefore offer sacrifices to them on my behalf as thank offerings. Your sacrifice will be not for one man only, but for the whole of the Hellenes. If you have time to travel as far as Constantinople, I shall feel myself highly honoured by your presence. To Leontius, AD 361, from Constantinople. The Thurian historian said that men's ears are less to be trusted than their eyes, but in your case I hold the opposite opinion from this, since here my ears are more trustworthy than my eyes. For not if I had seen you 10 times would I have trusted my eyes as I now trust my ears, instructed as I have been by a man who is in no way wise capable of speaking falsely, that while in all respects you show yourself a man, you surpass yourself in your achievements with hand and foot, as Homer says. I therefore entrust you with the employment of arms, and have dispatched to you a complete suit of armour, such as is adept for infantry combat. Moreover, I have enrolled you in my household corps. To the philosopher Maximus, end of 361, from Constantinople. There is a tradition that Alexander of Macedon used to sleep with Homer's poems under his pillow, in order that by night as well as by day he might busy himself with his martial writings. But I sleep with your letters, as though they were healing drugs of some sort, and I do not cease to read them constantly as though they were newly written and had only just come into my hands. Therefore, if you are willing to furnish me with intercourse by means of letters as a semblance of your own society, write and do not cease to do so continually, or rather come with heaven's help, and consider that while you are away I cannot be said to be alive, except in so far as I am able to read what you have written. To Hermogenes, formerly prefect of Egypt, AD 361, Constantinople. Suffer me to say in the language of the poetical rhetoricians, oh, how little hope had I of safety, oh, how little hope had I of hearing that you had escaped the three-headed Hydra. Zeus be my witness, that I do not mean my brother Constantius, nay, he was what he was, but the wild beasts who surrounded him, and cast their baleful eyes on all men, for they made him even harsher than he was by nature, though on his own account he was by no means of a mild disposition, although he seemed so to many. But since he is now one of the blessed dead, may the earth lie light on him, as the saying goes. Nor should I wish, Zeus be my witness, that these others should be punished unjustly, but since many accusers are rising up against them, I have appointed a court to judge them. Do you, my friend, come hither and hasten, even if it task your strength. For by the gods I have long desired to see you, and now that I have learned to my great joy that you are safe and sound, I bid you come. To Proaresius, early 362, from Constantinople. Why should I not address the excellent Proaretius, a man who has poured forth his eloquence on the young as rivers pour their floods over the plain, who rivals Pericles in his discourses, except that he does not agitate and embroil Greece? But you must not be surprised that I have imitated Spartan brevity in writing to you, for though it becomes sages like you to compose very long and impressive discourses, from me to you even a few words are enough. Moreover, you must know that from all quarters at once I am inundated by affairs. As for the causes of my return, if you are going to write a historical account, I will make a very precise report for you, and will hand over to you the letters as written evidence. But if you have resolved to devote your energies to the last, until old age, to your rhetorical studies and exercises, you will perhaps not reproach me for my silence. To Bishop Aetius, AD 362, Constantinople. I have remitted their sentence of exile for all in common, who were banished in whatever fashion by Constantius of blessed memory, on account of the folly of the Galatians. But in your case, I not only remit your exile, but also, since I am mindful of your old acquaintance and intercourse, I invite you to come to me. You will use a public conveyance as far as my headquarters, and one extra horse. To the High Priest Theodorus, AD 362, from Constantinople. When I received your letter I was delighted, of course. How could I feel otherwise on learning that my comrade and dearest friend is safe? And when I had removed the fastenings from it and perused it many times, I cannot convey to you in words my feelings and state of mind. I was filled with serenity and felicity and welcomed the letter as though I beheld in it an image, so to speak, of your noble disposition. To try to answer it point by point would take too long, and perhaps I could not avoid excessive garrulity, but at any rate I shall not hesitate to say what it was that I especially approved. In the first place, the fact that the insolent behaviour to you of the governor of Greece, if indeed a man of that sort can be called a governor and not a tyrant, did not provoke your resentment, because you considered that none of these things had to do with you. Then again, that you are willing and eager to aid that city in which you had spent your time is a clear proof of the philosophic mind, so that in my opinion the former course is worthy of Socrates, the later I should say of Musonius. For Socrates declared that heaven would not permit a righteous man to be harmed by anyone inferior to him and worthless, while Musonius concerned himself with the welfare of Gyara when Nero decreed his exile. These 2 points in your letter I approve, but I am at a loss how to take the third. For you write to urge me to warn you whenever I think that you yourself do or say anything out of tune. For my part, I could give you many proofs that I believe myself to be more in need than you are of such advice at the present time, but I will put that off until later. However, the request is perhaps not suitable for you to make, for you have abundant leisure, excellent natural gifts, and love philosophy as much as any man who has ever lived, and these 3 things combined suffice to make Amphion known as the inventor of ancient music, namely leisure, divine inspiration, and a love of minstrelsy. For not even the lack of instruments avails to offset these gifts, but one who has these 3 for his portion could easily invent instruments also. Indeed, have we not received the tradition by hearsay that this very Amphion invented not only harmonies, but beside these the lyre itself, by employing almost a godlike intelligence or some gift of the gods in a sort of extraordinary cooperation with them? And most of the great ones of old seem to have attained to genuine philosophy by setting their hearts on these 3 things above all, and not to have needed anything else. Therefore it is you who ought to stand by me, and in your letters show your willingness to advise me what I ought to do and what not. For we observe in the case of soldiers that it is not those of them who are at peace who need allies, but I should say those who are hard-pressed in war, and in the case of pilots, those who are not at sea do not call to their aid those who are at sea, but those who are navigating call on those who are at leisure. Thus it has from the very first seemed right that men who are at leisure should help and stand by those who are occupied with tasks, and should suggest the right course of action, that is, whenever they represent the same interests. It is well, then, that you should bear this in mind, and act towards me as you think I should act towards you, and if you like, let us make this compact, that I am to point out to you what are my views concerning all your affairs, and you in return are to do the same for me concerning my sayings and doings. Nothing, in my opinion, could be more valuable for us than this reciprocity. May divine providence keep you in good health for long to come, my well-beloved brother. May I see you soon, as I pray to. To Zeno, 362 from Constantinople. There is indeed abundant evidence of other kinds that you have attained to the first rank in the art of medicine, and that your morals, uprightness, and temperate life are in harmony with your professional skill. But now has been added the crowning evidence. Though absent, you are winning to your cause the whole city of Alexandria. So keen a sting, like a bee's, have you left in her. This is natural, for I think that Homer was right when he said one physician is worth many other men. And you were not simply a physician, but also a teacher of that art, for those who desire to learn, so that I might almost say that what physicians are as compared with the mass of men, you are when compared with other physicians. This is the reason for putting an end to your exile, and with very great distinction for yourself, for it is owing to George that you were removed from Alexandria, and were removed unjustly, and it would be most just that you should return from exile. Do you therefore return in all honour, and in possession of your former dignity, and let the favour that I bestow be credited to me by both parties in common, since it restores Zeno to the Alexandrians, and Alexandria to you. To an official, 362. Is it not right to pay to human beings the respect that we feel for things made of wood? For let us suppose that a man who has obtained the office of priest is perhaps unworthy of it. Ought we not to show forbearance until we have actually decided that he is wicked, and only then, by excluding him from his official functions, show that it was the over-hasty bestowal of the title of priest that was subject to punishment by obloquy and chastisement and a fine? If you do not know this, you are not likely to have any proper sense at all of what is fitting. What experience can you have of the rights of men in general if you do not know the difference between a priest and a layman? And what sort of self-control can you have when you maltreated one at whose approach you ought to have risen from your seat? For this is the most disgraceful thing of all, and for it, in the eyes of gods and men alike, you are particularly to blame. Perhaps the bishops and elders of the Galatians sit with you, though not in public because of me, yet secretly and in the house, and the priest has actually been beaten by your order, for otherwise your high priest would not by Zeus have come to make this appeal. But since what happened in Homer seems to you merely mythical, listen to the oracular words of the Lord of Didymus, that you may see clearly that, even as in bygone days he nobly exhorted the Hellenes in very deeds, so too in later times he admonished the intemperate in these words: Whoever with reckless mind works wickedness against the priests of the deathless gods, and plots against their honours with plans that fear not the gods, never shall he travel life's path to the end, seeing that he has sinned against the blessed gods, whose honour and holy service those priests have in charge. Thus then the God declares that those who even deprive priests of their honours are detested by the gods, not to mention those who beat and insult them. But a man who strikes a priest has committed sacrilege. Wherefore, since by the laws of our fathers I am supreme pontiff, and moreover have but now received the function of prophecy from the god of Didymus, I forbid you for these revolutions of the moon to meddle in anything that concerns a priest. But if during this period you appear to be worthy, and the high priest of the city so writes to me, I will thereupon take counsel with the gods whether you may be received by us once more. This is the penalty that I award for your rash conduct. As for the curses from the gods, men of olden days used to utter them and write them, but I do not think that this was well done, for there is no evidence at all that the gods themselves devised these curses, and besides, we ought to be the ministers of prayers, not of curses. Therefore, I believe and join my prayers to yours, that after earnest supplication to the gods, you may obtain pardon for your errors. To a priest, AD 362. I should never have favoured Pegasus unhesitatingly if I had not had clear proofs that even in former days, when he had the title of Bishop of the Galatians, he was wise enough to revere and honour the gods. Thus I do not report to you on hearsay from men whose words are always adapted to their personal dislikes and friendships. For much current gossip of this sort about him has reached me, and the gods know that I once thought I ought to detest him above all other depraved persons. But when I was summoned to his headquarters by Constantius of blessed memory, I was travelling by this route, and after rising at early dawn, I came from Troas to Ilios about the middle of the morning. Pegasus came to meet me, as I wished to explore the city. This was my excuse for visiting the temples, and he was my guide and showed me all the sights. So now let me tell you what he did and said, and from it one may guess that he was not lacking in right sentiments towards the gods. Hector has a hero's shrine there, and his bronze statue stands in a tiny little temple. Opposite this they have set up a figure of the great Achilles in the unroofed court. If you have seen the spot, you will certainly recognise my description of it. You can learn from the guides the story that accounts for the fact that great Achilles was set up opposite to him and takes up the whole of the unroofed court. Now I found that the altars were still alight, I might almost say still blazing, and that the statue of Hector had been anointed till it shone. So I looked at Pegasus and said, "What does this mean? Do the people of Ilium offer sacrifices?" This was to test him cautiously, to find out his own views. He replied, "Is it not natural that they should worship a brave man who was their own citizen, just as we worship the martyrs?" Now the analogy was far from sound, but his point of view and intentions were those of a man of culture, if you consider the times in which we then lived. Observe what followed. "Let us go," said he, "to the shrine of Athene of Ilium." Thereupon with the greatest eagerness he led me there and opened the temple, and as though he were producing evidence he showed me all the statues in perfect preservation. Nor did he behave at all as those impious men do usually, I mean when they make the sign on their impious foreheads, nor did he hiss to himself as they often do, for these two things are the quintessence of their theology, to hiss at demons, and make the sign of the cross on their foreheads. These are the two things that I promised to tell you, but a third occurs to me which I think I must not fail to mention. This same Pegasus went with me to the temple of Achilles as well, and showed me the tomb in good repair. Yet I have been informed that this also has been pulled to pieces by him, but he approached it with great reverence. I saw this with my own eyes, and I have heard from those who are now his enemies that he also used to offer prayers to Helios and worship him in secret. Would you not have accepted me as a witness even if I had been merely a private citizen? Of each man's attitude towards the gods, who could be more trustworthy as a witness than the gods themselves? Should I have appointed Pegasus a priest if I had any evidence of impiety towards the gods on his part? And if in those past days, whether because he was ambitious for power or, as he has often asserted to me, he clad himself in those rags in order to save the temples of the gods, and only pretended to be irreligious so far as the name of the thing went? Indeed, it is clear that he never injured any temple anywhere except for what amounted to a few stones, and that was as a blind, that he might be able to save the rest. Well then, we are taking this into account, and we are not ashamed to behave to him as Aphobius did, and as the Galatians all pray to see him treated. If you care at all for my wishes, you will honour not him only, but any others who are converted, in order that they may the more readily heed me when I summon them to good works, and those others may have less cause to rejoice. But if we drive away those who come to us of their own free will, no one will be ready to heed when we summon. To the High Priest Theodorus, 362, from Constantinople. I have written you a more familiar sort of letter than to the others, because you, I believe, have more friendly feelings than others towards me, for it means much that we had the same guide, and I am sure you remember him. A long time ago, when I was still living in the West, I learned that he had the highest regard for you, and for that reason I counted you my friend, and yet because of their excessive caution I have usually thought these words well said, for I never met or saw him. And well said is, before we love we must know, and before we can know we must test by experience. But it seems that after all a certain other saying has more weight with me, namely, the Master has spoken. That is why I thought even then that I ought to count you among my friends, and now I entrust to you a task that is dear to my heart, while to all men everywhere it is of the greatest benefit. And if, as I have the right to expect, you administer the office well, be assured that you will rejoice me greatly now and give me still greater good hope for the future life. For I certainly am not one of those who believe that the soul perishes before the body or along with it, nor do I believe any human being but only the gods, since it is likely that they alone have the most perfect knowledge of these matters, if indeed we ought to use the word likely of what is inevitably true, since it is fitting for men to conjecture about such matters, but the gods must have complete knowledge. What then is this office which I say I now entrust to you? It is the government of all the temples in Asia, with power to appoint the priests in every city, and to assign to each what is fitting. Now the qualities that befit one in this high office are, in the first place, fairness, and next, goodness and benevolence, towards those who deserve to be treated thus. For any priest who behaves unjustly to his fellow men and impiously towards the gods, or is overbearing at all, must either be admonished with plain speaking or chastised with great severity. As for the regulations which I must make more complete for the guidance of priests in general, you as well as the others will soon learn them from me, but meanwhile I wish to make a few suggestions to you. You have good reason to obey me in such matters. Indeed, in such a case I very seldom act off-handedly, as all the gods know, and no one could be more circumspect, and I avoid innovations in all things, so to speak, but more peculiarly in what concerns the gods. For I hold that we ought to observe the laws that we have inherited from our forefathers, since it is evident that the gods gave them to us, for they would not be as perfect as they are if they had been derived from mere men. Now since it has come to pass that they have been neglected and corrupted, and wealth and luxury have become supreme, I think that I ought to consider them carefully as though from their cradle. Therefore, when I saw that there is among us great indifference about the gods, and that all reverence for the heavenly powers has been driven out by impure and vulgar luxury, I always secretly lamented this state of things. For I saw that those whose minds were turned to the doctrines of the Jewish religion are so ardent in their belief that they would choose to die for it, and to endure utter want and starvation, rather than taste pork or any animal that has been strangled or had the life squeezed out of it, whereas we are in such a state of apathy about religious matters that we have forgotten the customs of our forefathers, and therefore we actually do not know whether any such rule has ever been prescribed. But these Jews are in part God-fearing, seeing that they revere a God who is truly most powerful and most good and governs this world of sense, and, as I well know, is worshipped by us under other names. They act as is right and seemly, in my opinion, if they do not transgress the laws. But in this one thing they err, in that while reserving their deepest devotion for their own God, they do not conciliate the other gods also, but the other gods they think have been allotted to us Gentiles only. To such a pitch of folly have they been brought by their barbaric conceit. But those who belong to the impious sect of the Galatians, as if some disease. The Emperor Julian Caesar, most mighty Augustus, to the people of Alexandria, 362. If you do not revere the memory of Alexander your founder, and yet more than him the great God, the most holy Serapis, how is it that you took no thought at least for the welfare of your community, for humanity, for decency? Furthermore, I will add that you took no thought for me either, though all the gods, and above all the great Serapis, judged it right that I should rule over the world. The proper course was for you to reserve for me the decision concerning the offenders, but perhaps your anger and rage led you astray, since it often turns reason out of doors and then does terrible things. For after you had restrained your original impulse, you later introduced lawlessness to mar the wise resolutions which you had at first adopted, and were not ashamed as a community to commit the same rash acts as those for which you rightly detested your adversaries. For tell me, in the name of Serapis, what were the crimes for which you were incensed against George? You will doubtless answer, he exasperated against you Constantius of blessed memory. Then he brought an army into the holy city, and the general in command of Egypt seized the most sacred shrine of the god and stripped it of its statues and offerings, and of all the ornaments in the temples. And when you were justly provoked and tried to succour the god, or rather the treasures of the god, Artemius dared to send his soldiers against you unjustly, illegally, and impiously, perhaps because he was more afraid of George than of Constantius, for the former was keeping a close watch on him, to prevent his behaving to you too moderately and constitutionally, but not to prevent his acting far more like a tyrant. Accordingly, you will say it was because you were angered for these reasons against George, the enemy of the gods, that you once more desecrated the holy city, when you might have subjected him to the votes of the judges. For in that case the affair would not have resulted in murder and lawlessness, but in a lawsuit in due form, which would have kept you wholly free from guilt, while it would have punished that impious man for his inexplicable crimes, and would have checked all others who neglect the gods, and who moreover lightly esteem cities like yours and flourishing communities, since they think that cruel behaviours towards these are a prerequisite of their own power. Now compare this letter of mine with the one that I wrote to you a short time ago, and mark the difference well. What words of praise for you did I write then? But now, by the gods, though I wish to praise you, I cannot, because you have broken the law. Your citizens dare to tear a human being into pieces as dogs tear a wolf, and then are not ashamed to lift to the gods these hands still dripping with blood. But you will say George deserved to be treated in this fashion. Granted, and I might even admit that he deserved even worse and more cruel treatments. Yes, you will say, and on your account. To this I too agree. But if you say by your hands, I no longer agree, for you have laws which ought by all means to be honoured and cherished by you all individually. Sometimes no doubt it happens that certain persons break one or another of these laws, but nevertheless the state as a whole ought to be well governed, and you ought to obey the laws and not transgress those that from the beginning were wisely established. It is a fortunate thing for you men of Alexandria that this transgression of yours occurred in my reign, since by reason of my reverence for the god, and out of regard for my uncle and namesake, who governed the whole of Egypt and your city also, I preserve for you the affection of a brother. For power that would be respected and a really strict and unswerving government would never overlook an outrageous action of a people, but would rather purge it away by bitter medicine, like a serious disease. But for the reasons I have just mentioned, I administer to you the very mildest remedy, namely admonition and arguments, by which I am very sure that you will be the more convinced if you really are, as I am told, originally Greeks, and even to this day there remains in your dispositions and habits a notable and honourable impress of that illustrious descent. Let this be publicly proclaimed to my citizens of Alexandria. To Arsacius, High Priest of Galatia, 362, on his way to Antioch. The Hellenic religion does not yet prosper as I desire, and it is the fault of those who profess it, for the worship of the gods is on a splendid and magnificent scale, surpassing every prayer and every hope. May Adrastia pardon my words, for indeed no one, a little while ago, would have ventured even to pray for a change of such a sort, or so complete within so short a time. Why then do we think that this is enough? Why do we not observe that it is their benevolence to strangers, their care for the graves of the dead, and the pretended holiness of their lives, that has done most to increase atheism? I believe that we ought really and truly to practice every one of these virtues, and it is not enough for you alone to practice them, but so must all the priests in Galatia, without exception, either shame or persuade them into righteousness, or else remove them from their priestly office, if they do not, together with their wives, children, and servants, attend the worship of the gods, but allow their servants or sons or wives to show impiety towards the gods and honour atheism more than piety. In the second place, admonish them that no priest may enter a theatre or drink in a tavern or control any craft or trade that is base and not respectable. Honour those who obey you, but those who disobey expel from office. In every city establish frequent hostels in order that strangers may profit by our benevolence. I do not mean for our own people only, but for others also who are in need of money. I have but now made a plan by which you may be well provided for this, for I have given directions that 30,000 modi of corn shall be assigned every year for the whole of Galatia, and 60,000 pints of wine. I order that 1/5 of this be used for the poor who serve the priests, and the remainder be distributed by us to strangers and beggars. For it is disgraceful that, when no Jew ever has to beg, and the impious Galatians support not only their own poor, but ours as well, all men see that our people lack aid from us. Teach those of the Hellenic faith to contribute to public service of this sort, and the Hellenic villages to offer their first fruits to the gods, and accustom those who love the Hellenic religion to those good works, by teaching them that this was our practice of old. At any rate, Homer makes Eumaeus say, "Stranger, it is not lawful for me, not even though a baser man than you should come, to dishonour a stranger, for from Zeus come all strangers and beggars, and a gift, though small, is precious. Then let us not, by allowing others to outdo us in good works, disgrace by such remissness, or rather utterly abandon, the reverence due to the gods. If I hear that you are carrying out these orders, I shall be filled with joy. As for the government officials, do not interview them often at their homes, but write to them frequently, and when they enter the city, no priest must go to meet them, but only meet them within the vestibule when they visit the temples of the gods. Let no soldier march before them onto the temple, but any who will may follow them. For the moment that one of them passes over the threshold of the sacred precinct, he becomes a private citizen. For you yourself, as you are aware, have authority over what is within. since this is the bidding of the divine ordinance. Those who obey it are in very truth God-fearing, while those who oppose it with arrogance are vainglorious and empty-headed. I am ready to assist Pessinus if her people succeed in winning the favour of the Mother of the Gods, but if they neglect her, they are not only not free from blame, but, not to speak harshly, let them beware of reaping my enmity also. For it is not lawful for me to cherish or to pity men who are the enemies of the immortal gods. Therefore persuade them, if they claim my patronage, that the whole community must become supplicants of the Mother of the Gods. To Ecdicius, Prefect of Egypt, 362, from Constantinople. Some men have a passion for horses, others for birds, others again for wild beasts, but I from childhood have been penetrated by a passionate longing to acquire books. It would therefore be absurd if I should suffer these to be appropriated by men whose inordinate desire for wealth gold alone cannot satiate, and who unscrupulously design to steal these also. Do you therefore grant me this personal favour, that all the books which belong to George be sought out? For there were in his house many on philosophy, and many on rhetoric, many also on the teachings of the impious Galatians. The latter I should wish to be utterly annihilated, but for fear that along with them more useful works may be destroyed by mistake. Let all these also be sought for with the greatest care. Let George's secretary take charge of this search for you, and if he hunts for them faithfully, let him know that he will obtain his freedom as a reward, but that if he prove in any way whatever dishonest in this business, he will be put to the test of torture. And I know what books George had, many of them at any rate, if not all, for he lent me some of them to copy when I was in Cappadocia, and these he received back. To the Alexandrians an edict, 362 from Constantinople. One who had been banished by so many imperial decrees issued by many emperors ought to have waited for at least one imperial edict, and then on the strength of that returned to his own country, and not displayed rashness and folly, and insulted the laws as though they really did not exist. For we have not, even now, granted to the Galatians who were exiled by Constantius of blessed memory to return to their churches, but only to their own countries. Yet I learn that the most audacious Athanasius, elated by his accustomed insolence, has again seized what is called among them the episcopal throne, and that this is not a little displeasing to the God-fearing citizens of Alexandria. Wherefore we publicly warn him to depart from the city forthwith, on the very day that he shall receive this letter of our clemency. But if he remain within the city, we publicly warn him that he will receive a much greater and more severe punishment. To Evagrius, AD 362 from Constantinople. A small estate of 4 fields in Bithynia was given to me by my grandmother, and this I give as an offering to your affection for me. It is too small to bring a man any great benefit on the score of wealth, or to make him appear opulent, but even so it is a gift that cannot wholly fail to please you, as you will see if I describe its features to you one by one, and there is no reason why I should not write in a light vein to you, who are so full of the graces and amenities of culture. It is situated not more than 20 stades from the sea, so that no trader or sailor with his chatter and insolence disturbs the place. Yet it is not wholly deprived of the favours of Neptune, for it has a constant supply of fish, fresh and still gasping, and if you walk up onto a sort of hill away from the house, you will see the sea, the Propontis and the islands, and the city that bears the name of the noble emperor, nor will you have to stand meanwhile on seaweed and brambles, or be annoyed by the filth that is always thrown out on the sea beaches and sands, which is so very unpleasant and even unmentionable, but you will stand on similax and thyme and fragrant herbage. Very peaceful it is to lie down there and glance into some book, and then while resting one's eyes it is very agreeable to gaze at the ships and the sea. While I was still hardly more than a boy, I thought that this was the most delightful summer place, for it has moreover excellent springs and a charming bath and garden and trees. When I have grown to manhood, I used to long for my old manner of life there, and visited it often, and our meetings there did not lack talks about literature. Moreover, there is there, as a humble monument of my husbandry, a small vineyard that produces a fragrant sweet wine, which does not have to wait for time to improve its flavour. You will have a vision of Dionysus and the Graces, the grapes on the vine, and when they are being crushed in the press, smell of roses, and the new-made wine in the jars is a rill of nectar, if one may trust Homer. Then why is not such a vine as the abundant and growing over very many acres? Perhaps I was not a very industrious gardener, but since my mixing bowl of Dionysus is inclined to soberness, and calls for a large proportion of the nymphs, I only provided enough for myself and my friends, and they are very few. Well then, I now give this to you as a present, dear heart, and though it be small, as indeed it is, yet it is precious as coming from a friend to a friend, from home homeward bound, in the words of the wise poet Pindar. I have written this letter in haste, by lamplight, so that, if I have made any mistakes, do not criticise them severely, or as one rhetorician would another. To Basil, early 362, from Constantinople. Not of war is thy report, says the proverb, but I would add, from comedy, O thou, whose words bring tidings of gold. Come then, show it by your deeds and hasten to me, for you will come as friend to friend. It is true that continuous attention to public business is thought to be a heavy burden on men who pursue it with all their energy, but those who share the task of administration with me, I am convinced, honest and reasonable men, intelligent and entirely capable for all they have to do. So they give me leisure and the opportunity of resting without neglecting anything. For our intercourse with one another is free from that hypocrisy of courts of which alone you have hitherto, I think, had experience. That hypocrisy which leads men to praise one another even when they hate with a hatred more deadly than that they feel for their worst enemies in war. But we, though we refute and criticise one another with appropriate frankness, whenever it is necessary, love one another as much as the most devoted friends. Hence it is that I am able, if I may say so without odium, to work and yet enjoy relaxation, and when at work to be free from strain and sleep securely. For when I have kept vigil, it was less on my own behalf probably than on behalf of all my subjects. But perhaps I have been wearying you with my chatter and nonsense, displaying stupid conceit, for I have praised myself like Astidamas. However, I have dispatched this letter to you to convince you that your presence, wise man that you are, will be serviceable to me, rather than any waste of my time. Make haste, then, as I said, and use the state post, and when you have stayed with me as long as you desire, you shall go your way whatsoever you please, with an escort furnished by me, as is proper. To the Thracians, 362, from Constantinople. To an emperor who had an eye solely to gain, your request would have appeared hard to grant, and he would not have thought that he ought to injure the public prosperity by granting a particular indulgence to any. But since I have not made it my aim to collect the greatest possible sums from my subjects, but rather to be the source of the greatest possible blessings to them, this fact shall for you too cancel your debts. Nevertheless, it will not cancel the whole sum absolutely, but there shall be a division of the amount, and part shall be remitted to you, part shall be used for the needs of the army, since from it you yourself assuredly gain no slight advantages, namely peace and security. Accordingly, I remit for you down to the third assessment the whole sum that is in arrears for the period preceding. But thereafter you will contribute as usual, for the amount remitted is sufficient indulgence for you, while for my part I must not neglect the public interest. Concerning this I have sent orders to the prefects also, in order that your indulgence may be carried into effect. May the gods keep you prosperous for all time. On behalf of the Argives, 362. On behalf of the city of Argos, if one wished to recount her honours, many are the glorious deeds both old and new that one might relate. For instance, in the achievements of the Trojan War, they may claim to have played the chief part, even as did the Athenians and Lacedaemonians in later times in the Persian War. For though both wars are held to have been waged by all of Greece in common, yet it is fitting that the leaders, just as they had the larger share of toils and anxiety, should have also a larger share of the praise. These events, however, may seem somewhat antiquated, but those that followed, I mean the return of the Heraclidae, the taking of his birthright from the eldest, the sending from Argos of the colony to Macedonia, and the fact that, though they were such near neighbours to the Lacedaemonians, they always preserved their city unenslaved and free, are proofs of no slight or common fortitude, but furthermore, all those great deeds accomplished by the Macedonians against the Persians might with justice be considered to belong to this city, for this was the native land of the ancestors of Philip and Alexander, those illustrious men, and in later days Argos obeyed the Romans not so much because she was conquered as in the character of an ally, and, as I think, she too, like the other states, shared in the independence and the other rights which our rulers always bestow on the cities of Greece. But now the Corinthians, since Argos has been assigned to their territory, for this is the less invidious way of expressing it, by the sovereign city, have grown insolent in ill-doing, and are compelling the Argives to pay them tribute. It is 7 years, I am told, since the beginning of this innovation, and they were not abashed by the immunity of Delphi or of the Eleans, which was granted to them so that they might administer their sacred games. For there are, as we know, 4 very important and splendid games in Greece. The Eleans celebrate the Olympian Games, the Delphians the Pythian, the Corinthians those at the Isthmus, and the Argives the Nemean festival. How then can it be reasonable that those others should retain the immunity that was granted to them in the past, whereas the Argives, who in consideration of a similar outlay had their tribute remitted in the past, or perhaps were not even subject to tribute originally, should now be deprived of the privilege of which they were deemed worthy? Moreover, Elis and Delphi are accustomed to contribute only once in the course of their far-famed 4-year cycles, but in that period there are 2 celebrations of the Nemean games among the Argives, and likewise of the Isthmian games among the Corinthians. And beside, in these days 2 other games of this sort have been established among the Argives, so that there are in all, in 4 years, 4 games. How then is it reasonable that those others who bear the burden of this function only once should be left free from the tax, whereas the Argives are obligated to contribute to yet other games in addition to their 4-fold expenditure at home, especially as the contribution is for a festival that is neither Hellenic nor of an ancient date? For it is not to furnish gymnastic or musical contests that the Corinthians need so much money, but to buy bears and panthers for the hunting shows, which they often exhibit in their theatres, and they themselves, by reason of their wealth, are naturally able to support these great expenses, especially as many other cities, as it is to be expected, help by contributing for this purpose, so that they purchase the pleasure of indulging their temperaments. But the Argives are not so well off for money, and compelled as they are to slave for a foreign spectacle held in the country of others. Will they not be suffering unjust and illegal treatment, and moreover unworthy of the ancient power and renown of their city, being as they are near neighbours of Corinth, who therefore ought to be the most kindly treated, and if indeed the saying is true, not so much as an ox would perish except through the wrongdoing of one's neighbours? But it appears that when the Argives bring these charges against the Corinthians, they are not raising a dispute about a single paltry ox, but about many heavy expenses to which they are not fairly liable. And yet one might put this question also to the Corinthians, whether they think it right to abide by the laws and customs of ancient Greece, or rather by those which it seems they recently took over from the sovereign city. For if they respect the high authority of ancient laws and customs, it is no more fitting for the Argives to pay tribute to Corinth than for the Corinthians to pay it to Argos. If, on the other hand, in reliance on the laws they now have, they claim that their city has gained advantages since they received the colony from Rome, then we will exhort them in moderate language not to be more arrogant than their fathers, and not to break up the customs which their fathers with sound judgment maintained for the cities of Greece, or remodel them to the injury and detriment of their neighbours, especially since they are relying on a recent decision, and in their avarice regard as a piece of luck the inefficiency of the man who was appointed to represent the case of the city of Argos. For if he had appealed and taken the suit outside of the jurisdiction of Greece, the Corinthians would have had less influence. Their rights would have been shown to be weak when investigated by these numerous and upright individual advocates, and swayed by these, it is likely that the judge would have been awed into giving the proper decision, especially as the renown of Argos would also have had weight. But as for the rights of the case with respect to the city, you will learn them from the beginning from the orators, if only you will consent to hear them, and they are permitted to present their case, and then the situation will be correctly judged from their arguments. But in order to show that we ought to place confidence in those who have come on this embassy, I must add a few words concerning them. Diogenes and Lamprias are indeed philosophers equal to any in our time, and they have avoided the honours and lucrative offices of the state. But they are even now ever zealous to serve their country to the best of their ability, and whenever the city is in any great emergency, then they plead cases, assist in the government, go on embassies, and spend generously from their own resources. Thus by their actions they refute the reproaches brought against philosophy and disprove the common opinion that those who pursue philosophy are useless to the state, for their country employs them for these tasks, and they are now endeavouring to aid her to obtain justice by my assistance, as I now turn by yours. For this is indeed the only hope of safety left for the oppressed, that they might obtain a judge who has both the will and ability to give a fair decision. For if either of these qualities be lacking, so that he is either imposed on or faithless to his trust, then there is no hope for it at all. The right must perish. But now, since we have judges who are all that we could wish, and yet are not able to plead because they did not appear at the time, they beg that this disability may first of all be removed from them, and that the lack of energy of the man who at the time was the city's advocate and had the suit in charge may not be the cause of so great detriment to her for all time to come. And we ought not to think it irregular that the case should again be brought to trial. For though in the affairs of private persons it is expedient to forego a little of one's advantage and the most profitable course, and thereby purchase security for the future, since in their little life it is pleasant even for a little to enjoy peace and quiet. Moreover, it is a terrible thought that one may die while one's case is on trial before the courts and hand down the lawsuit to one's heirs unsettled, so that it seems better to secure the half by any possible means than to die while struggling to gain the whole. Cities, on the other hand, do not die, and unless there be found someone to give a just decision that will free them from their quarrels with one another, they must inevitably maintain undying ill will, and their hatred, moreover, is deep-rooted and gains strength through time. I have said my say, as the orators express it. You must yourself determine what is proper to do. To his uncle Julian, AD 362. If I set small store by your letters, then the gods themselves have destroyed my wits. For all the virtues are displayed in them, goodwill, loyalty, truth, and what is more than all of these, since without it the rest are naught, wisdom, displayed by you in all her several kinds, shrewdness, intelligence, and good judgment. You reproached me for not answering them, but I have no time, heaven knows, and pray do not suppose that this is affectation or a jest. The gods of eloquence bear me witness that, except for Homer and Plato, I have with me not so much as a pamphlet on philosophy, rhetoric, or grammar, or any historical work of the sort that is in general use. And even these that I have are like personal ornaments or amulets, for they are always tied fast to me. For the rest, I do not even offer up many prayers, though naturally I need now more than ever to pray very often and very long, but I am hemmed in and choked by public business, as you will perhaps see for yourself when I arrive in Syria. As for the business mentioned in your letter, I approve of everything and admire everything you propose. Nothing of that must be rejected. Be assured, then, that with the aid of the gods I shall leave nothing undone. First of all, set up the pillars of the Temple of Daphne. Take those that are in any place anywhere, and convey them thence, and set up in their places others taken from the recently occupied houses. And if there are not enough even from that source, let us use cheaper ones meanwhile, of baked brick and plaster, casing them with marble, for you are well aware that piety is to be preferred to splendour, and when put in practice, secures much pleasure for the righteous in this life. Concerning the affair of Larissius, I do not think I need write you any instructions, but I give you just this word of advice. Renounce all feelings of anger, trust all to justice, submitting your ears to his words with complete confidence in the right. Yet I do not deny that what he wrote to you was annoying and full of every kind of insolence and arrogance, but you must put up with it, for it becomes a good and great-souled man to make no countercharge when he is maligned. For just as missiles that are hurled against hard, well-built walls do not settle on them, or penetrate them, or stay where they strike, but rebound with increased force against the hand that has thrown them, just so every aspersion directed against an upright man, slander, calumny, or unmerited insolence, touches him not at all, but recoils on the head of him who made the aspersion. This is my advice to you, but the sequel will be for the law to decide, with regard, however, to the letters which he asserts you made public after receiving them from me. It seems to me ridiculous to bring them into court. For I call the gods to witness, I have never written to you or any other man a word that I am not willing to publish for all to see. Have I ever in my letters employed brutality or insolence, or abuse or slander, or said anything for which I need to blush? On the contrary, even when I have felt resentment against somebody and my subject gave me a chance to use ribald language, like a woman from a cart, the sort of libels that Archaeolus launched against Lycambes, I have always expressed myself with more dignity and reserve than one observes even on a sacred subject. And if my letters did give emphatic proof of the kindly feeling that you and I have towards one another, did I wish this to be unknown or concealed? For what purpose? I call all the gods and goddesses to witness that I should not have resented it, even if someone had published abroad all that I ever wrote to my wife, so temperate was it in every respect. And if this or that person has read what I wrote to my own uncle, it would be fairer to blame the man who ferreted it out with such malevolence, rather than me, the writer, or you, or any other who read it. Nevertheless, concede this to me. Do not let it disturb your peace of mind. Only look at the matter thus. If Larissius is really dishonest, get rid of him in a dignified way. But if he is a well-meaning person of average honesty, and has treated you badly, then forgive him. For when men are honest in public life, we must be on good terms with them, even though they do not behave properly to us in their private capacity. On the other hand, when men are dishonest in public affairs, even though they have won our favour, we must keep them under control. I do not mean that we must hate or avoid them, but keep careful watch on them, so that we may not fail to detect them when they misbehave, though if they are too hard to control in this way, we must not employ them at all. As for what you as well as others have written, that though notorious for bad conduct he masquerades as a physician, I did send for him, thinking that he was trustworthy, but before he had an interview with me, his true character was detected, or rather he was denounced to me. When I meet you I will tell you by whom, and he was treated with contempt. For this too I have to thank you. Instead of the estates that you asked for, since I have already given those away, I call to witness the gods of our family and of friendship. I will give you some that pay far better, as you shall yourself discover. To Philip, AD 362, from Constantinople, I call the gods to witness that, when I was still Caesar, I wrote to you, and I think it was more than once. However, I started to do so many times, but there were reasons that prevented me, now of one kind, now another, and then followed that wolf's friendship that arose between myself and Constantius of blessed memory, in consequence of the proclamation. I was exceedingly careful not to write to anyone beyond the Alps for fear of getting him into serious trouble, so consider the fact that I did not write a proof of my goodwill. For it is often impracticable to make one's language harmonise with one's real sentiments. Then, too, letters from the Emperor to private persons might well lead to their display for bragging, and making false pretences, when they come into the hands of persons with no sense of propriety, who carry them about like seal rings, and show them to the inexperienced. Nay, genuine friendship is produced first and foremost by similarity of disposition, but a second kind is, when one feels true and not pretended admiration, and a humane, moderate, and virtuous man is cherished by one who is his superior in fortune and intelligence. Moreover, letters of this sort are full of conceit and nonsense, and for my part I often blame myself for making mine too long, and for being too loquacious when I might have disciplined my tongue to the Pythagorean silence. Yet I received the tokens, namely a silver bowl weighing 1 mina and a gold coin. I should be very glad to invite you to visit me as you suggested in your letter. But the first signs of spring are here already. The trees are in bud, and the swallows, which are expected almost immediately, as soon as they come, drive out bands of campaigners out of doors, and remind us that we ought to be over the border. We shall travel through your part of the country so that you would have a better chance of seeing me, if the gods so will it, in your own home. This will, I think, be soon, unless some sign from heaven should forbid it. For this same meeting I am praying to the gods. A decree concerning physicians, AD 362, from Constantinople. That the science of medicine is salutary for mankind is plainly testified by experience. Hence the sons of the philosophers are right in proclaiming that this science also is descended from heaven. For by its means the infirmity of our nature and the disorders that attack us are corrected. Therefore, in accordance with reason and justice, we decree what is in harmony with the acts of former emperors, and of our benevolence ordain that for the future ye may live free from the burdens attaching to senators. To the priestess Theodora, AD 362, from Antioch. I have received through Mygdonius the books that you sent me, and besides all the letters of recommendation that you forwarded to me throughout the festival. Every one of these gives me pleasure, but you may be sure that more pleasant than anything else is the news about your excellent self, that by the grace of the gods you are in good physical health, and are devoting yourself to the service of the gods most earnestly and energetically. As regards what you wrote to the philosopher Maximus, that my friend Seleucus is ill-disposed towards you, believe me that he neither does nor says in my presence anything that he could possibly intend as slandering. On the contrary, all that he tells me about you is favourable, and while I do not go so far as to say that he actually feels friendly to you, only he himself and the all-seeing gods can know the truth as to that. Still, I can say with perfect sincerity that he does refrain from any such calumny in my presence. Therefore it seems absurd to scrutinize what is thus concealed rather than what he actually does, and to search for proof of actions of which I have no shred of evidence. But since you have made so many accusations against him, and have plainly revealed to me a definite cause for your own hostility towards him, I do say this much to you frankly: if you are showing favour to any person, man or woman, slave or free, who neither worships the gods as yet, nor inspires in you any hope that you may persuade him to do so, you are wrong. For do not consider first how you would feel about your own household. Suppose that some slave for whom you feel affection should conspire with those who slandered and spoke ill of you, and showed deference to them, but abhorred and detested us who are your friends. Would you not wish for his speedy destruction, or rather would you not punish him yourself? Well then, are the gods to be less honoured than our friends? You must use the same argument with reference to them. You must consider that they are our masters and we are their slaves. It follows, does it not, that if one of us who calls ourselves servants of the gods has a favourite slave who abominates the gods and turns from their worship, we must in justice either convert him or keep him, to dismiss him from the house and sell him, in case someone does not find it easy to dispense with owning a slave. For my part, I would not consent to be loved by those who do not love the gods. Wherefore I now say plainly that you and all who aspire to priestly offices must bear this in mind, and engage with greater energy in the temple worship of the gods. And it is reasonable to expect that a priest should begin with his own household in showing reverence, and first of all prove that it is wholly and thoroughly pure of such grave distempers. To the Most Reverend Theodora, AD 362, I was glad to receive all the books that you sent me, and your letters, through the excellent Mygdonius, and since I have hardly any leisure, as the gods know I speak without affectation, I have written you these few lines, and now farewell, and may you always write me letters of the same sort. To Theodora, AD 362, I have received from you, who are wisdom itself, your letters telling me of the fair and blessed promises and gifts of the gods to us. First, I acknowledge the great gratitude that I owe to the heavenly gods, and in the second place I rendered thanks to your generosity of soul, in that you are zealous, no one more so, in entreating the gods on my behalf, and moreover you lose no time but inform me without delay of the blessings that have been revealed where you are. To Aristoxenus, a philosopher, AD 362, from Antioch. Must you then really wait for an invitation and never prefer to come uninvited? Nay, see to it that you and I do not introduce this tiresome convention of expecting the same ceremony from our friends as from mere chance acquaintances. At this point will somebody or other raise the question how we came to be friends when we have never seen one another? I answer, how are we the friends of those who lived 1,000 or by Zeus even 2,000 years ago? It is because they were all virtuous, of upright and noble character, and we likewise desire to be such as they, even though, to speak for myself, we completely fail in that aspiration. But at any rate, this ambition does in some degree rank us in the same category as those persons. But why do I talk at length about these trifles? For if it is right that you should come without an invitation, you will certainly come. If on the other hand you are really waiting for an invitation, herewith you have from me an urgent summons. Therefore meet me at Tyana in the name of Zeus the god of friendship, and show me a genuine Hellene among the Cappadocians, for I observe that as yet some refuse to sacrifice, and that, though some few are zealous, they lack knowledge. Rescript on Christian Teachers, AD 362, from Antioch. I hold that a proper education results not in a laboriously acquired symmetry of phrases and language, but in a healthy condition of mind. I mean a mind that has understanding and true opinions about things good and evil, honourable and base. Therefore, when a man thinks one thing and teaches his pupils another, in my opinion, he fails to educate exactly in proportion as he fails to be an honest man. And if the divergence between a man's convictions and his utterances is merely in trivial matters, that can be tolerated somehow, though it is wrong. But if in matters of the greatest importance, a man has certain opinions and teaches the contrary, what is that but the conduct of hucksters, and not honest but thoroughly dissolute men, in that they praise most highly the things that they believe to be most worthless, thus cheating and enticing by their praises those to whom they desire to transfer their worthless wares? Now, all who profess to teach anything whatsoever ought to be men of upright character, and ought not to harbour in their souls opinions irreconcilable with what they publicly profess. And above all, I believe it is necessary that those who associate with the young and teach them rhetoric should be of that upright character, for they expound the writings of the ancients, whether they be rhetoricians or grammarians, and still more if they are sophists. For these claim to teach, in addition to other things, not only the use of words, but morals also, and they assert that political philosophy is their peculiar field. Let us leave aside for the moment the question of whether this is true or not, but while I applaud them for aspiring to such high pretensions, I should applaud them still more if they did not utter falsehoods and convict themselves of thinking one thing and teaching their pupils another. What? Was it not the gods who revealed all their learning to Homer, Hesiod, Demosthenes, Herodotus, Thucydides, Isocrates, and Lysias? Did not these men think that they were consecrated, some to Hermes, others to the Muses? I think it is absurd that men who expound the works of these writers should dishonour the gods whom they used to honour. Yet, though I think this absurd, I do not say that they ought to change their opinions and then instruct the young, but I give them this choice, either not to teach what they do think admirable, or if they wish to teach, let them first really persuade their pupils that neither Homer nor Hesiod nor any of these writers whom they expound and have declared to be guilty of impiety, folly, and error in regard to the gods is such as they declare. For since they make a livelihood and receive pay from the works of those writers, they thereby confess that they are most shamefully greedy of gain, and that, for the sake of a few drachma, they would put up with anything. It is true that until now there were many excuses for not attending the temples, and the terror that threatened on all sides absolved men for concealing the truest beliefs about the gods. But since the gods have granted us liberty, it seems to me absurd that men should teach what they do not believe to be sound. But if they believe that those whose interpreters they are, and for whom they sit, so to speak, in the seat of the prophets, were wise men, let them be the first to emulate their piety towards the gods. If, however, they think that those writers were in error with respect to the most honoured gods, then let them betake themselves to the churches of the Galileans, to expound Matthew and Luke, since you Galileans are obeying them when you ordain that men shall refrain from temple worship. For my part, I wish that your ears and your tongues might be born again, as you would say, as regards these things in which may I ever have part, and all who think and act as if pleasing to me. For religious and secular teachers let there be a general ordinance to this effect. Any youth who wishes to attend the schools is not excluded, nor indeed would it be reasonable to shut out from the best way boys who are still too ignorant to know which way to turn, and to overawe them into being led against their will to the beliefs of their ancestors, though indeed it might be proper to cure these even against their will, as one cures the insane, except that we concede indulgence to all for this sort of disease, for we ought, I think, to teach but not punish the demented. 2 Atabius, AD 362 from Antioch. I affirm by the gods that I do not wish the Galileans to either be put to death or unjustly beaten, or to suffer any other injury. But nevertheless I do assert absolutely that the God-fearing must be preferred to them, for through the folly of the Galileans almost everything has been overturned, whereas through the grace of the gods are we all preserved. Wherefore we ought to honour the gods and the God-fearing, both men and cities. Julian to Porphyrius, AD 362, from Antioch. The library of George was very large and complete, and contained philosophers of every school and many historians, especially among these numerous books of all kinds by the Galileans. Do you therefore make a thorough search for the whole library without exception, and take care to send to Antioch. You may be sure that you will find yourself incurring the severest penalty if you do not trace it with all diligence, and do not by every kind of inquiry, by every kind of sworn testimony, and further, by the torture of slaves, compel, if you cannot persuade, those who are in any way suspected of having stolen any of the books to bring them all forth. Farewell. To the citizens of Byzacium, AD 362, from Antioch. I have restored to you all your senators and councillors, whether they have abandoned themselves to the superstition of the Galileans, or have devised some other method of escaping from the Senate, and have accepted only those who have filled public offices in the capital. To Hecabolius, AD 363, Antioch. I have behaved to all the Galileans with such kindness and benevolence that none of them has suffered violence anywhere, or been dragged into a temple, or threatened with anything else of that sort against his own will. But the followers of the Arian Church, in their insolence, bred by their wealth, have attacked the followers of Valentine, and have committed in Edessa such rash acts as could never occur in a well-ordered city. Therefore, since by the most admirable law they are bidden to sell all they have and give to the poor, so that they may attain more easily to the kingdom of the skies, in order to aid those persons in that effort, I have ordered that all their funds, namely that belongings to the Church of the people of Edessa, are to be taken over, that they might be given to the soldiers, and that its property be confiscated to my private purse. This is in order that poverty may teach them to behave properly, and that they may not be deprived of that heavenly kingdom for which they still hope. And I publicly command you, citizens of Edessa, to abstain from all feuds and rivalries, else you will provoke even my benevolence against yourself, and being sentenced to the sword and to exile and to fire, pay the penalty for disturbing the good order of the Commonwealth. To the citizens of Bostra, AD 362, Antioch. I thought that the leaders of the Galileans would be more grateful to me than to my predecessor in the administration of the empire, for in his reign it happened to the majority of them to be sent into exile, prosecuted, and cast into prison, and moreover many whole communities of those who are called heretics were actually butchered, as at Samosata and Cyzicus, in Paphlagonia, Bithynia, and Galatia, and among many other tribes also villages were sacked and completely devastated, whereas during my reign the contrary has happened. For those who had been exiled have had their exile remitted, and those whose property was confiscated have by a law of mine received permission to recover all of their possessions. Yet they have reached such a pitch of raving madness and folly that they are exasperated because they are not allowed to behave like tyrants, or to persist in the conduct in which they at one time indulged against one another, and afterwards carried on towards us who revered the gods. They therefore leave no stone unturned, and have the audacity to incite the populace to disorder and revolt, whereby they both act with impunity towards the gods and disobey my edicts, humane though these are. At least I do not allow a single one of them to be dragged against his will to worship at the altars. Nay, I proclaim in so many words that, if any man of his own free will chooses to take in our lustral rites and libations, he ought first of all to offer sacrifices of purification and supplicate the gods that avert evil. So far am I from having wished or intended that any one of these sacrilegious men should partake in the sacrifices that we most revere, until he has purified his soul by supplication to the gods, and his body by the purifications that are customary. It is at any rate evident that the populace who have been led into error by those who are called clerics are in revolt because this licence has been taken from them. For those who have until now behaved like tyrants are not content that they are not punished for their former crimes, but longing for the power they had before, because they are no longer allowed to sit as judges and draw up wills and appropriate the inheritances of other men, and assign everything to themselves. They pull every string of disorder, and, as the proverb says, lead fire through a pipe to fire, and dare to add even greater crimes to their former wickedness, by leading on the populace to disunion. Therefore, I have decided to proclaim to all of the communities of citizens, by means of this edict, and to make known to all, that they must not join in the feuds of the clerics and be induced by them to take stones in their hands or disobey those in authority, but they may hold meetings for as long as they please and may offer on their own behalf the prayers to which they are accustomed. That on the one hand, if the clerics try to induce them to take sides on their behalf in quarrels, they must no longer consent to do so, if they would escape punishment. I have been led to make this proclamation to the city of Bostra in particular because their bishop Titus and the clerics, in the reports that they have issued, have made accusations against their own adherents, giving the impression that, when the populace were on the point of breaking the peace, they themselves admonished them not to cause sedition. Indeed, I have suborned to this my decree the very words which he dared to write in his report. Although the Christians are a match for the Hellenes in numbers, they are restrained by our admonition that no one disturb the peace in any place. For these are the very words of the bishop about you. You see how he says that your good behaviour was not of your own choice, since, as he at any rate alleged, you were restrained against your will by his admonitions. Therefore, of your own free will, seize your accuser and expel him from the city. But do you, the populace, live in agreement with one another, and let no man be quarrelsome or act unjustly. Neither let those of you who have strayed from the truth outrage those who worship the gods duly and justly, according to the beliefs that have been handed down to us from time immemorial. Nor let those of you who worship the gods outrage or plunder the houses of those who have strayed rather from ignorance than of set purpose. It is by reason that we ought to persuade and instruct men, not by blows or insults or bodily violence. Wherefore again and often I admonish those who are zealous for the true religion not to injure the communities of the Galileans, or attack or insult them. Nay, we ought to pity rather than hate men who in matters of the greatest importance are in such evil care. For, in very truth, the greatest of all blessings is reverence for the gods, as on the other hand irreverence is the greatest of all evils. It follows that those who have turned aside from the gods to corpses and relics pay this as their penalty. Since we suffer in sympathy with those who are afflicted by disease, but rejoice when those are released and set free by the aid of the gods. Given at Antioch on the 1st of August. To Calazine, AD 362. Time alone proves the just man, as we learn from men of old, but I would add the God-fearing and pious man also. However, you say, the love of Penelope for her husband was also witnessed by time. Now, who would rank a woman's piety second to her love for her husband without appearing to have drunk a very deep draught of mandragora? And if one takes into account the conditions of the times and compares Penelope, who is almost universally praised for loving her husband, with pious women who not long ago hazarded their lives, and if one considers also that the period was twice as long, which was an aggravation of their sufferings, then I ask, is it possible to make any fair comparison between you and Penelope? Nay, do not belittle my praises. All the gods will requite you for your sufferings, and for my part I shall honour you with a double priesthood. For beside that which you held before of priestess to the most venerable goddess, Demeter, I entrust to you the office of priestess to the most mighty mother of the gods in Phrygia, beloved of the gods. To Eustathius, the philosopher, AD 362, at Antioch. Perhaps the proverb, an honest man, is too hackneyed. I am sure you know the rest. More than this, you possess it. For rhetorician and philosopher as you are, you know the words that come next, and you possess me for a friend, at least if we are both honest men. On your behalf I would strenuously maintain that you are in that category, but about myself I say nothing. I only pray that others may find by experience that I am also honest. You ask why I go around in a circle as though I were going to say something extraordinary when I ought to speak out. Come then, lose no time, fly hither, as we say. A kindly God will speed you on your way, with the aid of the Maiden of the Crossroads, and the state post will be at your disposal, if you wish to use a carriage, and 2 extra horses. To the same, AD 362 at Antioch. Entreat kindly the guest in your house, but speed him when he would be gone. Thus did wise Homer decree. But the friendship that exists between us two is stronger than that between guest and host, because it is inspired by the best education attainable, and by our pious devotion to the gods. So that no one could have fairly indicted me for transgressing the law of Homer if I had insisted that you should remain still longer with us. But I see that your feeble frame needs more care, and I have therefore given you permission to go to your country, and have provided for your comfort on the journey. That is to say, you are allowed to use a state carriage, and may Asclepius and all the gods escort you on your way and grant that we may see you again. To Eusebius, prefect of Egypt, AD 362 from Antioch. As the proverb says, you told me my own dream, and I fancy that I am relating to you your own waking vision. The Nile, they tell me, had risen in full flood, cubits high, and has inundated the whole of Egypt. If you want to hear the figures, it had risen 15 cubits on the 12th of September. Theophilus, the military prefect, informs me of this, so if you did not know it, hear it from me, and let it rejoice your heart. To the same, AD 362, from Antioch. Even though you do not write to me on other matters, you ought at least to have written about that enemy of the gods, Athanasius, especially since for a long time past you have known my just decrees. I swear by mighty Serapis that, if Athanasius, the enemy of the gods, does not depart from that city, or rather from all of Egypt, before the calends of December, I shall find the cohort which you command, and fine them 100 pounds of gold. And you know that, though I am slow to condemn, I am even much slower to remit what I have once condemned. Added with his own hand, it vexes me greatly that my orders are neglected. By all the gods, there is nothing I should be so glad to see or rather hear reported as achieved by you, as that Athanasius has been expelled beyond the frontiers of Egypt, that infamous man. He has had the audacity to baptize Greek women of rank during my reign. Let him be driven forth. To the Alexandrians, AD 362 from Antioch. If your founder had been one of the Galatians, men who have transgressed their own law and have paid the penalties they deserved, since they elected to live in defiance of the law and have introduced a new doctrine and newfangled teaching, even then it would have been unreasonable for you to demand back Athanasius, but as it is, though Alexander founded your city and the Lord Serapis is the city's patron god, together with his consort the maiden, the queen of all Egypt, Isis. Here there is a gap in the text. Not emulating the healthy part of the city, but the part that is diseased, has the audacity to arrogate itself with the name of the whole. I am overwhelmed with shame, I affirm it by the gods, O men of Alexandria, to think that even a single Alexandrian can admit that he is a Galilean. The forefathers of the genuine Hebrews were the slaves of the Egyptians long ago, and in these days, men of Alexandria, you who conquered the Egyptians, for your founder was the conqueror of Egypt, submit yourself, despite your sacred traditions, to whiling in slavery to men who have set at naught the teaching of their ancestors. You have then no recollection of those happy days of old when all of Egypt held communion with the gods, and we enjoyed many benefits therefrom. But those who have but yesterday introduced among you this new doctrine, tell me of what benefit have they been to the city? Your founder was a God-fearing man, Alexander of Macedon, in no way by Zeus like any of these persons, nor again did he resemble any Jew, though the latter have shown themselves far superior to the Galileans. Nay, Ptolemy son of Lagos proved stronger than the Jews, while Alexander, if he had to match himself with the Romans, would have made even them fight hard for supremacy. And what about the Ptolemies, who succeeded your founder and nurtured your city from her earliest years as though she were their own daughter? It was certainly not by the preachings of Jesus that they increased her renown, not by the teachings of the Galilean, detested of the gods, did they perfect the administration which she enjoys, and to which she owes her present good fortune. Thirdly, when we Romans became her masters and took her out of the hands of the Ptolemies who misgoverned her, Augustus visited your city and made the following speech to your citizens. Men of Alexandria, I absolve the city of all blame, because of my reverence for the mighty god Serapis, and further for the sake of the people themselves and the great renown of the city. But there is a third reason for my goodwill towards you, and that is my comrade Arius. Now this Arius was a fellow citizen of yours, and a familiar friend of Caesar Augustus, by profession a philosopher. These then, to sum them up briefly, are the blessings bestowed by the Olympian gods on your city in particular, though I pass over very many, because they would take too long to describe. But the blessings that are vouchsafed by the visible gods to all in common every day, not merely to a few persons or a single race or to one city, but to the whole world at the same time. How can you fail to know what they are? Are you alone insensible to the beams that descend from the god Helios? Are you alone ignorant that summer and winter are from that god? Or that all kinds of animals and plant life are produced from him? And do you not perceive what great blessing the city derives from her who is generated from and by him, even Selene, who is the creator of the whole universe? Yet you have the audacity not to adore any one of these gods, and you think that one who neither you nor your fathers has ever seen, even Jesus, ought to rank as the God of the world. But the God whom from time immemorial the whole race of mankind has beheld and looked up to and worshipped, and from that worship prospered, I mean the mighty Helios, his intelligible Father's living image, endowed with soul and intelligence, cause of all that is good. Here there is another gap in the text. If you heed to my admonition, do ye lead yourself even a little towards the truth, for you will not stray from the right road if you heed one who till his 20th year walked in that road of yours, but for 12 years now has walked in this road I speak of, by the grace of the gods. Therefore, if it please you to obey me, you will rejoice me the more, but if you choose to persevere in the superstition and instruction of wicked men, at least agree among yourselves, and do not crave for Athanasius. In any case, there are many of his pupils who can conform well enough to those itching ears of yours that yearn to hear impious words. I only wish that along with Athanasius the wickedness of his impious school had been suppressed. But as it is, you have a fine crowd of them, and need have no trouble. For any man whom you elect from the crowd will be in no way inferior to him, for whom you crave, at any rate, for the teachings of the Scriptures. But if you have made these requests because you are so fond of the general subtlety of Athanasius, for I am informed that the man is a clever rascal, then you must know that for this very reason he has been banished from the city. For a meddlesome man is unfit by nature to be leader of the people. But if this leader is not even a man but only a contemptible puppet, like this general great personage who thinks he is risking his head, this surely gives the signal for disorder. Wherefore that nothing of the sort may occur in your case, as I long ago gave orders that he depart from the city, I now say, let him depart from the whole of Egypt. Let this be publicly proclaimed to my citizens of Alexandria. To the Alexandrians, early 363 from Antioch. I am informed that there is in your neighbourhood a granite obelisk which, when it stood erect, reached a considerable height, but has been thrown down and lies on the beach as though it were something entirely worthless. For this obelisk Constantius of blessed memory had a freight boat built, because he intended to convey it to my native place, Constantinople. But since by the will of heaven he has departed from this life to the next on that journey to which we are fated, the city claims the monument from me because it is the place of my birth and more closely connected with me than with the late emperor. For though he loved the place as a sister, I love it as my mother, and I was in fact born there and brought up in that place, and I cannot ignore its claims. Well then, since I love you also no less than my native city, I grant to you also permission to set up the bronze statue in your city. A statue has lately been made of colossal size. If you set this up, you will have, instead of a stone monument, a bronze statue of a man who you say you love and long for, and a human shape instead of a quadrangular block of granite with Egyptian characters on it. Moreover, the news has reached me that there are certain persons who worship there and sleep at its very apex, and that convinces me beyond doubt that on account of these superstitious practices I ought to take it away. For men who see those persons sleeping there, and so much filthy rubbish and careless and licentious behaviour in that place, not only do not believe that it is sacred, but by the influence of the superstition of those who dwell there, come to have less faith in the gods. Therefore, for this very reason, it is the most proper act for you to assist in this business, and to send it to my native city, which always receives your hospitality when you sail into the Pontus, and to contribute to its external adornment, even as you contribute to its sustenance. It cannot fail to give you pleasure to have something that has belonged to you standing in the city, and as you sail towards the city you will delight in gazing at it. To Ecdesius the prefect of Egypt, AD 363, from Antioch. If there is anything that deserves our fostering care, it is the sacred art of music. Do you therefore select from the citizens of Alexandria boys of good birth, and give orders that 2 arbitae of corn are to be furnished every month to each of them, with olive oil also and wine? The overseers of the treasury will provide them with clothing. For the present let these boys be chosen for their voices, but if any of them should prove capable of attaining to the higher study of the science of music, let them be informed that very considerable rewards for their work have been set aside at my court also. For they must believe those who have expressed right opinions on these matters, that they themselves rather than we will be purified in soul by divinely inspired music, and benefit thereby. So much then for the boys. As for those who are now the pupils of Dioscorus the musician, do you urge them to apply themselves to the art with still more zeal, for I am ready to assist them to whatever they may wish. To Nilus, surnamed Dionysus, AD 363, from Antioch. Your earlier silence was more creditable to you than your present defence, for then you did not utter abuse, though perhaps it was on your mind. But now, as though you were in travail, you have poured out your abuse of me wholesale. For must I not regard it as abuse and slander that you supposed me to be like your own friends, to each of whom you offered yourself uninvited? Or rather by the first you were not invited, and you obeyed the second on his merely indicating that he wished to enlist you to help him. However, whether I am like Constans or Magnesius, the event itself, as they say, will prove. But as for you, from what you wrote, it is very plain that, in the words of the comic poet, you are praising yourself, lady, like Astradamus. For when you write about your fearlessness and great courage, and say, would that you knew my real value and my true character, and in a word, all that sort of thing. For shame! What an empty noise and display of words is this! Nay, by the Graces and Aphrodite, if you were so brave and noble, why were you so careful to avoid incurring displeasure if need be for the 3rd time? For when men fall under the displeasure of princes, the lightest consequence, and as one might say the most agreeable to a man of sense, is that they are at once relieved from the care of business, and if they have to pay a small fine as well, their stumbling block is merely money, while the culmination of the prince's wrath, and the fate beyond all remedy, as the saying goes, is to lose your life. Disregarding all these dangers because, as you say, you have come to know me in my private capacity for the man I am, and in my common and generic capacity for the human being I am, though unknown to myself, late learner that I am, why in heaven's name did you say that you were careful to avoid incurring displeasure for the 3rd time? For surely my anger will not change you from a good man into a bad man. I should be enviable indeed, and with justice, if I had the power to do that, for then, as Plato says, I could do the converse as well. But since virtue owns no master, you ought not to have taken it into account anything of the sort. However, you think it is a fine thing to speak ill of all men, and to abuse all without exception, and to convert the shrine of peace into a workshop of war? Or do you think in this way to excuse yourself in the sight of all for your past sins, and that your courage now is a screen to hide your cowardice of old? You have heard the fable of Babrius. Once upon a time a weasel fell in love with a handsome youth. The rest of the fable you may learn from the book. However much you may say, you will never convince any human being that you were not what you are, and such as many knew you to be in the past. As for your ignorance and audacity now, it was not philosophy that implanted them in you, no, by heaven. On the contrary, it was what Plato calls a twofold lack of knowledge, for though you really know nothing, just as I know nothing, you think foolishly that you are the wisest of all men, not only of those who are alive now, but also of those who have ever been, and perhaps of those who ever will be. To such a pitch of ignorance has your self-conceit grown. However, as far as you are concerned, this that I have said is more than enough. But perhaps I ought to apologise on your account to the others because I too hastily summoned you to take part in public affairs. I am not the first or the only one, Dionysus, who has had this experience. Your namesake deceived even great Plato, and Callippus the Athenian also deceived Dio. For Plato says that Dio knew he was a bad man, but that he would never have expected in him such a degree of badness. Why need I quote the experience of these men, when even Hippocrates, the most distinguished of the sons of Asclepius, said, "The sutures of the head baffled my judgment." Now if those famous men were deceived about persons whom they knew, and the physician was mistaken in a professional diagnosis, it is surprising that Julian, was deceived when he heard that Nilus Dionysus had suddenly become brave. You have heard tell of the famous Phaedo of Elis, and you know of his story. However, if you do not know it, study it more carefully, and at any rate I will tell you this part. He thought that there is nothing that cannot be cured by philosophy, and that by her all men can be purified from all their modes of life, their habits, desires, in a word, from everything of the sort. If indeed she only availed those who are well-born and well-bred, there would be nothing marvellous about philosophy. But if she can lead up to the light men so greatly depraved, then I consider her marvellous beyond anything. For these reasons my estimate of you, as all the gods know, inclined little by little to be more favourable, but even so I did not count your sort in the first or the second class of the most virtuous. Perhaps you yourself know this, but if you do not know it, inquire of the worthy Symmachus, for I am convinced that he would never willingly tell a lie, since he is naturally disposed to be truthful in all things, and if you are aggrieved that I did not honour you before all others, I for my part reproach myself for having ranked you even among the last in merit, and I thank all the gods and goddesses who hindered us from being associated in public affairs and from becoming more intimate, and indeed, though the poets have often said of rumour that she is a goddess, and let us grant, if you will, that she at least has demonic power, yet no very much attention ought to be paid to her, because a demon is not altogether pure or perfectly good, like the race of the gods, but has some share of the opposite quality. And even though it be not permissible to say this concerning the other demons, I know that when I say of rumour that she reports many things falsely as well as many truly, I shall never myself be convinced of being false witness on this. But as for your freedom of speech, do you think that it is worth 4 obols, as the saying is? Do you not know that Thersites also spoke his mind freely among the Greeks, whereupon the most wise Odysseus beat him with his staff, while Agamemnon paid less heed to the drunken brawling of Thersites than a tortoise does to flies, as the proverb goes. For that matter, it is no great achievement to criticise others, but rather to place oneself beyond the reach of criticism. Now, if you can claim to be in this category, prove it to me. Did you not, when you were young, furnish to your elders fine themes for gossip about you? However, like Electra in Euripides, I keep silent about happenings of this sort. But when you came to man's estate and betook yourself to the camp, how, in the name of Zeus, did you behave? You say that you left it because you gave offence in the cause of truth. From what evidence can you prove this, as though many men, and of the basest sort, had not been exiled by the very persons by whom you yourself were driven away? O most wise Dionysus, it does not happen to a virtuous and temperate man to go away obnoxious to those in power. You would have done better if you had proved to us that men from their intercourse with you were better behaved. But this was not in your power, no, by the gods, nor is it in the power of tens of thousands who emulate your way of life. For when rocks grind against rocks and stones against stones, they do not benefit one another, and the stronger easily wears down the weaker. I am not saying this in laconic fashion and concisely, am I? Nay, I think that on your account I have shown myself even more talkative than Attic grasshoppers. However, in return for your drunken abuse of myself, I will inflict on you the appropriate punishment by the grace of the gods and Our Lady Adrestia. What then is the punishment, and what has the greatest power to hurt your tongue and your mind? It is this: I will try by erring as little as may be in word and deed, not to provide your slanderous tongue with so much foolish talk. And yet I am well aware that it is said that even the sandal of Aphrodite was satirized by Momus. But you observe that though Momus poured forth floods of criticism, he could barely find anything to criticize in her sandal. Even so, may you grow old fretting yourself over things of this sort, most decrepit than Tithonius, richer than Cinyras, more luxurious than Sardanapalus, so that in you may be fulfilled the proverb, old men are twice children. And why does the divine Alexander seem to you so preeminent? Is it because you took to imitating him and aspired to that for which the youth Hermolaus reproached him? Or rather, no one is so foolish as to suspect you of that, but the very opposite, that which Hermolaus lamented that he had endured, and which was the reason for his plotting, as they say, to kill Alexander. Everyone believes this about you also, do they not? I call the gods to witness that I have heard many persons assert that they were very fond of you, and who made many excuses for this offence of yours, but I have found just one person who did not believe it. However, he is that one swallow who does not make a spring. But perhaps the reason why Alexander seemed in your eyes a great man was that he cruelly murdered Callisthenes, that Clytus fell victim to his drunken fury, and Philotas too, and Parmenian's son. For that affair of Hector, who was smothered in the whirlpools of the Nile in Egypt or the Euphrates, the story is told of both rivers. I say nothing about or of his other follies, lest I should seem to speak ill of a man who by no means maintained the ideal of rectitude, but nevertheless excelled as a general in the works of war, whereas you are less endowed with both these, namely good principles and courage, than a fish with hair. Now listen to my advice, and do not resent it too much. Not to thee, my child, have been given the works of war. The verse that follows I do not write out for you, because by the gods I am ashamed to do so. However, I ask you to understand it as said, for it is only fair that words should follow on deeds, and that he who has never avoided deeds should not avoid the phrases that describe them. Nay, if you revere the pious memory of Magnentius and Constans, why do you wage war against the living and abuse those who excel in any way? Is it because the dead are better able than the living to avenge themselves on those who vex them? Yet it does not become you to say this, for you are, as your letter says, very brave indeed. But if this is not the reason, perhaps there is a different one. Perhaps you do not wish to satirize them because they cannot feel it. But among the living, is there anyone so foolish or so cowardly as to demand that you should take any notice of him at all, and who will not prefer, if possible, to be altogether ignored by you? But if that should be impossible, to be abused by you, and indeed I am now abused rather than honoured by you. May I never be so ill-advised. May I never aspire to win praises rather than blame from the likes of you. But perhaps you will say that the very fact that I am writing to you is a proof that I am stung. No, I call the Saviour God to witness that I am but trying to check your excessive audacity and boldness, the licence of your tongue and the ferocity of your soul, the madness of your wits and your perverse fury on all occasions. In any case, it was in my power, if I had been stung, to chastise you with deeds and not merely with words, and I should have been entirely within the law. For you were a citizen of senatorial rank, and you disobeyed a command of your emperor, and such behaviour was certainly not permissible to anyone who could not furnish the excuse of real necessity. Therefore, I was not satisfied with inflicting on you any sort of penalty for this conduct, but I thought I ought to write to you first, thinking that you might be cured by a short letter. But since I have discovered that you persist in the same errors, or rather how great your frenzy is, which I previously did not know, here there is a gap in the text, lest you should be thought to be a man when you are not, or brimful of freedom of speech when you are only full of insanity, or that you have had the advantage of education when you have not the smallest acquaintance with literature, as far, at any rate, as one may reasonably judge from your letters. For instance, no one of the ancients ever used the term you use to mean manifest, for as for the other blunders displayed in your letter, no one could describe them even in a long book, or that obscene and abominable character of yours that leads you to prostitute yourself to others. You tell me indeed that it is not those who arrive offhand, or those who are hunting for public office, whom we ought to choose, but those who use sound judgment and in accordance with this prefer to do their duty rather than those who are ready and eager to obey. Fair, truly, are the hopes you hold out to me, though I make no appeal to you, implying that you will yield if I again summon you to take part in public business. But I am so far from doing that, when the others were admitted, I never even addressed you at any time, and yet I did address many who were known and unknown to me and dwell in Rome, beloved of the gods. Such was my desire for your friendship, so worthy of consideration did I think you. Therefore it is likely that my future conduct towards you will be much the same, and indeed, I have written this letter now, not for your perusal alone, since I know it was needed by many beside yourself, and I will give it to all, since all, I am convinced, will be glad to receive it. For when men see you more haughty and more insolent than befits your past life, they resent it. You have here a complete answer from me, so that you can desire nothing more, nor did I ask for any further communication from you, but when you have read my letters and used them for whatever purpose you please, for our friendship is at an end, farewell, and divide your time between luxurious living and abuse of me. To the community of the Jews, early 363, from Antioch. In times past, by far the most burdensome thing in the yoke of your slavery has been the fact that you were subjected to unauthorized ordinances and had to contribute an untold amount of money to the accounts of the treasury. Of this I used to see many instances with my own eyes, and I have learnt of more by finding the records which are preserved against you. Moreover, when a tax was about to be levied on you again, I prevented it, and compelled the impiety of such obloquy to cease here, and I threw into the fire the records against you that were stored in my desk, so that it is no longer possible for anyone to aim at you such a reproach of impiety. My brother Constantius of honoured memory was not so much responsible for these wrongs of yours as were the men who used to frequent his table, barbarians in mind, godless in soul. These I seized with my own hands and put them to death by thrusting them into a pit, that not even any memory of their destruction might still linger among us. And since I wish that you should prosper yet more, I have admonished my brother Julius, your most venerable patriarch, that the levy which is said to exist among you should be prohibited, and that no one is any longer to have the power to oppress the masses of your people by such exactions, so that everywhere during my reign you may have security of mind and the enjoyment of peace. May offer you more fervid prayers for my reign. The Most High God, the Creator, who was deigned to crown me with his own immaculate right hand. For it is natural that men who are distracted by an anxiety should be hampered in spirit, and should not have so much confidence in raising their hand to pray, but that those who are still in all respects free from care should rejoice with their whole hearts, and offer their supplicant prayers on behalf of my imperial office to mighty God, even to him who is able to direct my reign to the noblest ends, according to my purpose. This you ought to do, in order that, when I have successfully concluded the war with Persia, I may rebuild by my own efforts the sacred city of Jerusalem, which for so many years you have longed to see inhabited, and may bring settlers there, and together with you may glorify the Most High God therein. To Libanius, Winter 362. Since you have forgotten your promise, at any rate 3 days have gone by, and the philosopher Priscus has not come himself, but sent a letter to say that he still delays. I remind you of your debt by demanding payment. The thing you owe is, as you know, easy for you to pay and very pleasant for me to receive. So send your discourse and your divine counsel, and do it promptly, in the name of Hermes and the Muses, for I assure you in these 3 days you have worn me out, if indeed the Sicilian poet speaks truth when he says, "Those who long grow old in a day." And if this be true, as in fact it is, you have trebled my age, my good friend. I have dedicated this to you in the midst of public business, for I was not able to write myself because my hand is lazier than my tongue, though indeed my tongue also has come to be somewhat lazy and inarticulate from lack of exercise. Farewell, brother most dear and most beloved. To the same, AD 362, from Antioch. You have requested Aristophanes for his piety towards the gods and his devotion to yourself by changing and transforming what was formerly a reproach against him, so that it redounds to his honour, and not for today only, but for the future also, since the malicious charges of Paul and the verdict of so-and-so have no force compared with words written by you. For their calumnies were detested even when they flourished, and perished along with their perpetrators. For the rest, you shall judge whether you have convinced, or rather converted me, on behalf of Aristophanes. I now agree not to believe that he is too weak to resist pleasure and money. What point would I not yield to the most philosophic and truth-loving of orators? Naturally, you will proceed to ask me why in that case I do not alter his unhappy lot for the better, and blot out the disgrace that attaches to him on account of his ill fortune. Two walking together, as the proverb says, namely you and I, must take counsel, and you have the right not only to advise that we ought to assist a man who has honoured the gods so straightforwardly, but also as to how it ought to be done. Indeed, you did hint at this in an obscure way, but it is perhaps better not to write about such matters, but to talk it out together. Farewell, brother most dear and most beloved. I read yesterday almost all your speech before breakfast, and after breakfast, before resting, I gave myself up to the reading of the remainder. Happy man to be able to speak so well, or rather, to have such ideas. Oh, what a discourse! What wit! What wisdom! What analysis! What logic! What method! What openings! What diction! What symmetry! What structure! To Eustochius, AD 362, from Antioch. The wise Hesiod thinks that we ought to invite our neighbours to our feasts, that they might rejoice with us, since they sorrow and mourn with us when any unexpected misfortune befalls us. But I say that it is our friends that we ought to invite rather than our neighbours, and for this reason, that it is possible to have a neighbour who is one's enemy, but that a friend should be an enemy is no more possible than for white to be black or hot to be cold. And if there were no other proof that you are my friend not only now, but for a long time past, and that you have steadily maintained your regard for me, nevertheless the fact that my feeling for you has been and is what it is would be strong evidence of that friendship. Come, therefore, that you may in person share my consulship. The state post will bring you, and you may use one carriage and an extra horse. And in case we ought to pray for further aid, I have invoked for you the blessing of the goddess of the crossroads and the god of the ways. To Phonetius. O Phonetius, you at any rate seem to maintain what is probably true, and come nearest to being saved, and do well to believe that he whom one holds to be a god can by no means be brought into the womb. But Diodorus, a charlatan priest of the Nazarene, when he tries to give point to that nonsensical theory about the womb by artifices and jugglers' tricks, is clearly a sharp-witted sophist of that creed of the country folk. But if only the gods and goddesses and all the muses and fortune will lend me their aid, I hope to show that he is feeble and a corrupter of laws and customs, of pagan mysteries and mysteries of the gods of the underworld, and that the new-fangled Galilean god of his, whom he by a false myth styles eternal, has been stripped by his humiliating death and burial of the divinity falsely ascribed to him by Diodorus. For the fellow sailed to Athens to the injury of the general welfare, then rashly took to philosophy and engaged in the study of literature, and by the devices of rhetoric armed his hateful tongue against the heavenly gods, and being utterly ignorant of the mysteries of the pagans, he, so to speak, imbibed most deplorably the whole mistaken folly of the base and ignorant creed-making fisherman. For this conduct he has long ago been punished by the gods themselves, for many years past he has been in danger, having contracted a wasting disease of the chest, and he now suffers extreme torture. His whole body has wasted away, for his cheeks have fallen in and his body is deeply lined with wrinkles, but there is no sign of philosophic habits, as he wishes it to seem that those who are deceived by him, but most certainly a sign of justice done and of punishment from the gods, which have stricken him down in suitable proportion to his crimes, since he must live out to the very end his painful and bitter life, his appearance that of a man pale and wasted. Edict on Funerals, AD 363, Antioch. It was my duty, after considering with myself, to restore the ancient custom, which I have now decided to confirm by a law. For when they considered the matter, the men of old, who made wise laws, believed that there is the greatest possible difference between life and death, and thought that each of these two states had customs and practices peculiarly appropriate to it. For they thought that death is an unbroken rest, and this is surely that brazen sleep of which the poet sings, but that life, on the contrary, brings many pains and many pleasures, and now adversity, now greater prosperity. Considering this, they enjoined that expiations connected with the departed should be conducted apart, and that apart from them the daily business of life should be carried on. Moreover, they held that the gods are the beginning and end of all things, and believed that while we live we are subject to the gods, and when we depart from this life we travel back to the gods. But perhaps it is not right to speak openly about these matters, or to divulge whether both are in the hands of the same gods, or one set of gods has charge of life and another of death. However, if as the sun is the cause of day and night, and winter and summer, by his departure and arrival, so also the most venerable one of the gods themselves, upon whom all things and from whom all things proceed, has appointed rulers over the living and allotted lords over the dead, then we ought to assign to both of these classes in turn what is fitting for them, and to imitate in our daily life the orderly arrangement of the gods in things which exist. As I have said, death is rest, and night harmonizes with rest. Therefore I think it is fitting that business connected with the burials of the dead should be performed at night, since for many reasons we ought to forbid anything of the sort to go on by day. Throughout the city men are going to and fro, each on his own business, and all the streets are full of men going to the law courts, or to and from the market, or sitting at work at their crafts, or visiting the temples to confirm the good hopes that the gods have vouchsafed. And then some person or other, having laid a corpse on the briar, pushes their way into the midst of those who are busy about such matters. The thing is in every way intolerable. For those who meet the funeral are often filled with disgust, some because they regard it as an evil omen, while for others, who are on their way to the temples, it is not permitted to approach for worship until they have cleansed themselves from the pollution, for after such a sight it is not permitted to approach the gods who are the cause of life, and of all things least akin to decay. And I have still to mention what is worse than this. And what is that? The sacred precincts and temples of the gods lie open, and it often happens that in one of them someone is sacrificing or pouring libations or praying, at the moment when men carrying a corpse are passing close by the temple, and the voice of lamentations and speech of ill omens is carried even to the altars of the gods. Do you not understand that the functions belonging to the day and the night have been separated more than all other things? With good reason, therefore, has burial been taken out of the day and would be reserved for the night. But it is not right to deprecate the wearing of white for mourning and yet to bury the dead in the daytime and sunlight. The former was better, at least, if it was not offensive to any of the gods, for the latter cannot escape being an act of impiety towards all of the gods, for thereby men wrongly assign burial to the Olympian gods and wrongly alienate it from the gods of the underworld, or whatever else the guardians and lords of souls prefer to be called. And I know that those who are thoroughly versed and punctilious in sacred rites think it right to perform at night the ritual to the gods below, or in any case not until after the 10th hour of the day. But if this is the better time for the worship of these gods, we will certainly not assign another time for the service of the dead. What I have said suffices for those who are willing to obey. For now that they have learned what errors they used to commit, let them change to the better way. But if there be any man of such a character that he needs threat and penalty, let him know that he will incur the severest punishment if, before the 10th hour of the day, he shall venture to perform the offices for the corpse of any dead person, and to carry it through the city. But let those things be done at sunset and before sunrise, and let the pure day be consecrated for pure deeds and the pure gods of Olympus. To Arsaces, the satrap of Armenia, AD 363, from Antioch, make haste, Arsaces, to meet the enemy's battle lines, and quicker than I tell you, arm your right hand against the madness of the Persians. For my military preparations and my set purpose are for one of two things, either to pay the debt of nature within the Parthian frontier, after I have won the most glorious victories and inflicted on my foes the most terrible reverses, or to defeat them under the leadership of the gods and return to my native land as a conquering hero, after I have set up trophies of the enemy's defeat. Accordingly, you must discard all sloth and cheating, and the Emperor Constantine of blessed memory, and the wealth of the nobles which was lavished in vain on you and by barbarians of your character by the most luxurious and extravagant Constantius. And now I warn you, take heed of me, Julian, the supreme pontiff, Caesar, Augustus, the servant of the gods and of Ares, the destroyer of the Franks and Germans, the liberator of the Gauls and of Italy. But if you form some other design, for I learn that you are a rascal and a coward in war and a boaster, as the present condition of affairs proves. Indeed, I have heard that you are secretly trying to conceal at your court a certain enemy of the public welfare. For the present, I postpone this matter because of the fortune of war, for my alliance with the gods is enough to secure the destruction of the enemy. But if destiny should also play some part in the decision, for the purpose of the gods is her opportunity, I will endure it fearlessly and like a brave man. Be assured that you will be an easy victim of the power of Persia when your hearth and home, your whole race, and the kingdom of Armenia all blaze together, and the city of Nisibis also will share in your misfortune, for this the heavenly gods long since foretold me. To Libanius, Sophist and Questor, 363, from Hierapolis. I travelled as far as Litabe, it is a village in Chalkis, and came on a road that still had the remains of a winter camp of Antioch. The road, I may say, was partly swamp, partly hill, but the whole of it was rough, and in the swamp lay stones which looked as though they had been thrown there purposely, as though they lay together without any art, after the fashion followed by those who build public highways in cities, and instead of cement make a deep layer of soil and then lay the stones close together as though they were making a boundary wall. When I had passed over this with some difficulty and arrived at my first halting place, it was about the 9th hour of the day, and then I received at my headquarters the greater part of your senate. You have perhaps learned already what we said to one another, and if it be the will of heaven, you shall know it from my own lips. From Litabe I proceeded to Beroea, and there Zeus, by showing a manifest sign from the heaven, declared all things to be auspicious. I stayed there for a day, and saw the Acropolis, and sacrificed to Zeus in imperial fashion a white bull. Also I conversed briefly with the Senate about the worship of the gods. But though they all applauded my arguments, very few were converted by them, and these few were men who, even before I spoke, seemed to me to hold sound views of the gods. But they were cautious and would not strip off and lay aside their modest reserve, as though afraid to be too frank in their speech. For it is the prevailing habit of mankind, O ye gods, to blush from their noble qualities, manliness of soul and piety, and to plume themselves, as it were, on what is most depraved, sacrilege, and weakness of mind and body. Next, Batne entertained me, a place like nothing I have ever seen in your country except Daphne, but that is now very like Batne, though not long ago, when the temple and statue were still unharmed. I should not have hesitated to compare Daphne with Ossa and Pelion, or the peaks of Olympus, or Thessalian Tempe, or even to have preferred it to all of them put together. But you have composed an oration on Daphne such as no other man of such sort as mortals now are could achieve, even though he used his utmost energy on the task, and I think not very many of the ancient writers either. Why then should I try to write about it now, when so brilliant a monody has been composed in its honour? Would that none had been needed. However, to return to Batney, its name is barbarous, but the place is Hellenic. I say so because through all the country around about the fumes of frankincense arose on all sides, and I saw everywhere victims ready for sacrifice. But though this gave me very great pleasure, nevertheless it looked to me like overheated zeal and alien to proper reverence for the gods. For things that are sacred to the gods and holy ought to be away from the beaten track and performed in peace and quiet, so that men may resort thither to that end alone, and not on the way to some other business. But this matter will perhaps before long receive the attention that is appropriate. Batney I saw to be a thickly wooded plain containing groves of young cypresses, and among these there was no old or decaying trunk, but all alike were in vigorous leafage. The imperial lodging was by no means sumptuous, for it was made only of clay and logs and had no decorations, but its garden, though inferior to that of Alcyonus, was comparable to the garden of Laertis. It was a quite small grove full of cypresses, and along the wall many trees of this sort have been planted in a row one after the other. Then in the middle were beds, and in these vegetables and trees bearing fruits of all sorts. What did I do there, you ask? I sacrificed in the evening and again at early dawn, as I am in the habit of doing practically every day, and since the omens were favourable, we kept on to Hierapolis, where the inhabitants came to meet us. Here I am being entertained by a friend who, though I have only lately met him for the first time, has long been dear to me. I know that you yourself are well aware of the reason, but for all that it gives me pleasure to tell you, for it is like nectar to me to hear and to speak of these things continually. Sopater, the pupil of the godlike Iamblichus, was a relative by marriage of this Sopater. Not to love even as myself all that belonged to those men is, in my opinion, equivalent to the lowest baseness. But there is another more powerful reason than this. Though he often entertained my cousin and my half-brother, and was often urged by them naturally enough to abandon his piety towards the gods, and though this is hard to withstand, he was not infected with this Galilean disease. Thus much then I was able to write to you from Hierapolis about my own affairs, but as regards the military or political arrangements, you ought, I think, to have been present to observe and pay attention to them yourself, for as you know, the matter is too long for a letter, in fact, so vast that if one considered it in detail it would not be easy to confine it to a letter even 3 times as long as this. But I will tell you of these matters also summarily and in a very few words. I sent an embassy to the Saracens and suggested that they could come if they wished. That is one affair of the sort I have mentioned. For another I dispatched men as wide awake as I could obtain, that they might guard against anyone's leaving here secretly to go to the enemy and inform them that we are on the move. After that I held a court-martial and, I am convinced, showed in my decision the utmost clemency and justice. I have procured excellent horses and mules, and have mustered all my forces together. The boats to be used on the river are laden with corn, or rather with baked bread and sour wine. You can understand at what length I should have to write in order to describe how every detail of this business has worked out, and what discussions arose over every one of them. As for the number of letters I have signed and papers, for these too follow me everywhere like my shadow, why should I take the trouble to enumerate them now? To Maximus the philosopher. We are told in the myth that the eagle, when he would test which of his brood are genuine, carries them still unfledged into the air and exposes them to the rays of the sun, to the end that he may become, by the testimony of the gods, the sire of a true nursling and disown any spurious offspring. Even so I submit my speeches to you as though to Hermes the god of eloquence, and if they can bear the test of being heard by you, It rests with you to decide concerning them whether they are fit to take flight to other men also. But if they are not, then fling them away as though disowned by the Muses, or plunge them in a river as bastards. Certainly the Rhine does not mislead the Celts, for it sinks deep in its eddies their bastard infants, like a fitting avenger of an adulterous bed. But all those that it recognises to be of pure descent it supports on the surface of the water, and gives them back to the arms of the trembling mother, thus rewarding her with the safety of her child as incorruptible evidence that her marriage is pure and without reproach. To Eugenius the philosopher, we are told that Daedalus dared to do violence to nature by his art and moulded wings of wax for Icarus. But for my part, though I applaud him for his art, I cannot admire his judgment, for he is the one man who ever had the courage to entrust the safety of his son to soluble wax. But if it were granted me, in the words of the famous lyric poet of Teos, to change my nature to a bird's, I should certainly not fly to Olympus for love, no, not even to lodge a complaint against the gods, but I should fly to the very foothills of your mountains to embrace thee, my darling, as Sappho says. But since nature has confined me to a prison of a human body and refuses to lighten and raise me aloft, I approach you with such wings as I possess, the wings of words, and I write you, and am with you in such fashion as I can be. Surely for this reason, and this only, Homer calls words winged, that they are able to go to and fro in every direction, darting where they will, like the swiftest of birds. But do you for your part write to me, my friend? For you possess an equal, if not a larger share of the plumage of words, with which you are able to travel to your friends and from wherever you may be, just as though you were present to cheer them. To Sopater, it is an occasion to rejoice the more when one has the chance to address friends through an intimate friend. For then it is not only by what you write that you unite the image of your own soul with your readers, and this is what I myself am doing. For when I dispatched the custodian of my children, Antiochus, to you, I could not bear to leave you without a word of greeting, so that if you want to have news of me, you can have from him information of a more intimate sort. And if you care at all for your admirers, as I believe you do care, you will prove it by never missing an opportunity while you are able to write. To Euclides the philosopher, nay, when did you ever leave me, so that I need to write? Or when do I not behold you with the eyes of the soul as though you were here with me? For not only do I seem to be with you continually and to converse with you, but I pay attention to my duties now just as zealously as when you were here to guide me. But if you do wish me to write to you just as though you were not here, then take care that you do not yourself create the impression of not being with me all the more by your very wish that I should write. However, if you do really find pleasure in it, I am willing to obey you in this also. At any rate, by your request you will, as the proverb says, lead a galloping horse into the plain. Come then, see that you return like for like, and in answer to my counter-summons do not grow weary of the unbroken series of letters exchanged between us. And yet I have no wish to hinder the zeal that you display on behalf of the public welfare, nevertheless, in proportion as I keep you free for the pursuit of noble studies. I shall be thought far from injuring it, to benefit the whole body of the Hellenes at once, that is to say, if I leave you like a young and well-bred dog without interference, free to give all your time to tracking down, with a mind wholly free from all else, the art of writing discourses. But if you possess such swiftness that you need neither neglect your friends nor slacken in those other pursuits, come, take both courses, and run at full speed. To Hecabolius. Pindar thinks that the Muses are silvery, and it is as though he likened the clearness and splendour of their art to the substance that shines most brilliantly, and the wise Homer calls silver shining, and gives to water the epithet silvery, because it gleams with the very brightness of the reflected image of the sun, as though under its direct rays. And Sappho the Fair says that the moon is silvery, and that because of this it dims the radiance of the other stars. Similarly, one might imagine silver to be more appropriate to the gods than gold, but that to man at any rate silver is more precious than gold and more familiar to them, because it is not like gold hidden under the earth and does not avoid their eyes, but it is both beautiful to the eye and more serviceable in daily life. This, I say, is not my own theory, but was held by men of old. If therefore in return for the gold coin sent by you I give you a piece of silver of equal value, think not that the favour is less, and do not imagine that, as with Glaucus, the exchange is to your disadvantage, for perhaps not even Diomede would have exchanged silver armour for golden, seeing that the former is far more serviceable than the latter, and like lead well fitted to turn the points of spears. All this I am saying in jest, and I take the cue for my freedom of speech to you from what you write yourself. But if you really wish to spend money and send me gifts more precious than gold, write, and keep on writing regularly, for even a short letter from you I hold to be more precious than any other blessing that one could name. To Lucian the Sophist. Not only do I write you, but I demand to receive payment in kind, and if I treat you ill by writing continually, then I beg you to treat me ill in return, and make me suffer in the same way. To Elpidus, a philosopher. Even a short letter gives more pleasure when the writer's affections can be measured by the greatness of his soul rather than by the meagre proportions of what he writes, so that if I now address you briefly, do not even so conclude that the accompanying affection is equally slight, but since you know the full extent of my love for you, forgive the brevity of my letter, and do not hesitate to answer me in one equally short, for whatever you send me, however trifling, keeps alive in my mind a remembrance of all that is good. To George, a revenue official. Well, let us grant that Hecate is a goddess, as you say she is, and a chatterbox, and if you like the wife of Pan also, for I shall not object. And even though nature would fain inform me that echo is only the sound of the voice answering back when the air is struck and bent back upon that which is opposite the ear, nevertheless, since I put my faith in the account given by men both ancient and modern, and in your own account no less, I am abashed into admitting that Echo is a goddess. What in any case would that matter to me, if only in my expression of friendship towards you I excel Echo to a considerable degree? For she does not reply to all the sounds that she hears, but rather to the last syllables uttered by the voice, like a grudging sweetheart who returns her lover's kisses with the merest touch of her lips. I, on the other hand, in my correspondence with you lead off sweetly, and then again, in reply to your challenge, I return you like for like, as though I threw back a ball. Therefore you cannot be too quick in recognizing that your letters put you in default, and that it is yourself, since you received more and give back very little, who you consign to the similitude of the figure of Echo, not me, since I am eager to score off you in both ways. However, whether you give in just the same degree as you receive or not, whatever I am permitted to receive from you is a boon, and is credited as sufficient to balance the whole. To George, a revenue official, Thou hast come, Telemachus, as the verse says, but in your letters I have already seen you and the image of your noble soul, and have received the impression thereof as of an imposing device on a small seal, for it is possible for much to be revealed in little. Nay, even Phidias the wise artist not only became famous for his statue at Olympia or at Athens, but he knew also how to confine a work of great art within the limits of a small piece of sculpture. For instance, they say that his grasshopper and bee, and if you please his fly also, were of this sort. For every one of these, though naturally composed of bronze through his artistic skill, became a living thing. In those works, however, the very smallness of the living models perhaps contributed the appearance of reality to his skilful art. And do you, please, look at his Alexander hunting on horseback, for its whole measurement is no larger than a fingernail. Yet the marvellous skill of the workmanship is so lavished on every detail that Alexander at one and the same time strikes his quarry and intimidates the spectator, scaring him by his whole bearing, while the horse, rearing on the very tip of its hoofs, is about to take step and leave the pedestal, and by creating the illusion of vigorous action is endowed with movement by the artist's skill. This is exactly the effect that you have on me, my excellent friend, for after having been crowned often already as victor over the whole course, so to speak, in the lists of Hermes, the god of eloquence, you now display the highest pitch of excellence in a few written words, and in very truth you imitate Homer's Odysseus, who, by merely saying who he was able to dazzle the Phaeacians. But if even from me you require some of what you call friendly smoke, I shall not begrudge it. Surely the mouse who saved the lion in the fable is proof enough that something useful may come even from one's inferiors. To Dositheus, I am almost in tears, and yet the very utterance of your name ought to have been an auspicious sound, for I recall to mind our noble and wholly admirable father. If you make it your aim to imitate him, not only will you yourself be happy, but also you will give to human life as he did, an example of which it will be proud. But if you are indolent, you will grieve me, and you will blame yourself when blaming will not avail. To Himerius, I could not read without tears the letter which you wrote after your wife's death, in which you told me of your surpassing grief. For not only does the event in itself call for sorrow when a young and virtuous wife, the joy of her husband's heart, and moreover the mother of precious children, is prematurely snatched away like a torch that had been kindled and shines brightly, and in a little while its flame dies down, but over and above this, the fact that it is you to whom this sorrow has come seems to me to make it still more grievous. For least of all men did our good Himerius deserve to experience any affliction, excellent orator that he is, and of all my friends the best beloved. Moreover, if it were any other man to whom I had to write about this, I should certainly have had to use more words in dealing with it. For instance, I should have said that such an event is the common lot, that we must needs submit, that nothing is gained by excessive grief, and I should have uttered all the other commonplaces considered appropriate for the alleviation of sufferings, that is, if I were exhorting one who did not know them. But since I think it unbecoming to offer to a man who well knows how to instruct others the sort of argument by which one must school those who are too ignorant for self-control, see now, I will forbear all such phrases, but I will relate to you a fable, or it may be a true story, of a certain wise man, which perhaps is not new to you, though it is probably unfamiliar to most people, and if you will use this and this alone, as though it were a drug to relieve pain, you will find release from your sorrow, as surely as from that cup which the Spartan woman is believed to have offered to Telemachus when his need was as great as your own. Now the story is that when Darius was in great grief for the death of a beautiful wife, Democritus of Abdera could not by any argument succeed in consoling him, and so he promised him that he would bring back the departed to life, if Darius were willing to undertake to supply him with everything necessary for the purpose. Darius bade him spare no expense, but take whatever he needed and make good his promise. After waiting a little, Democritus said that he was provided with everything else for carrying out his task, but still needed one thing only, which he himself did not know how to obtain. Darius, however, as king of all of Asia, would perhaps find it without difficulty, and when the king asked him what it might be, this great thing which it was possible for only a king to know of, they say that Democritus in reply declared that if he would inscribe on his wife's tomb the names of 3 persons who had never mourned for anyone, she would straightway come to life again, since she could not disobey the authority of this mystic rite. Then Darius was in a dilemma, and could not find any man who had not had to bear some great sorrow, whereupon Democritus burst out laughing, as was his wont, and said, "Why then, O most absurd of men, do you mourn without ceasing, as though you were the only man who had ever been involved in so great a grief? You who cannot discover a single person of all who have ever lived who was without his share of personal sorrow." But though it was necessary to say these things to Darius, a barbarian and a man of no education, the slave both of pleasure and of grief, you on the other hand are a Greek, and on a true learning, and you must find your remedy from within, for surely it would be a disgrace to the reasoning faculty if it had not the same potency as time. To Diogenes: "Your son, whom I saw after you went away, told me that you had been much irritated with him for some reason that would naturally make a father feel vexed with his child, and he implored me to act as a mediator in a reconciliation between him and yourself. Now, if he has committed some error of a mild and not intolerable kind, do not yield to your nature. Recognize that you are a father, and again turn your thoughts to your child. But if his offence is too serious to admit of immediate forgiveness, it is right for you yourself rather than for me to decide whether you ought to bear even that with a generous spirit, or to overcome your son's purpose by wiser thoughts, or to entrust the offender's probation to a longer period of discipline. To Commander Gregory, even a short letter from you is enough to provide me with the grounds for feeling greatly pleased. Accordingly, since I was exceedingly pleased with what you wrote to me, I in turn send you a letter of the same length, because in my judgment the friendly greetings of comrades ought to be rewarded not by length of letter, so much as by magnitude of goodwill. To Plutarch, in all respects my bodily health is fairly good, and indeed my state of mind is no less satisfactory. I fancy there can be no better prelude than this to a letter sent from one friend to another. And to what is this the prelude? To a request, of course. And what is the request? It is for letters in return, and in their sentiments may they harmonize with your own letters and bring me similar news from you and equally auspicious. To Maximinius, I have given orders that there should be ships at Cenchreae. The number of these you will learn from the governor of the Hellenes, but as to how you are to discharge your commission, you may now hear from me. It must be without bribery and without delay. I will myself, with the help of the gods, See that you do not repent of having done your duty as I have indicated. To Iamblichus, I ought indeed to have obeyed the Delphic inscription, Know yourself, and not have ventured to affront the ears of so great a man as yourself, for only to look you in the face when one meets your eye is no easy matter, and it is much less easy to try to rival you when you wake the harmony of your unfailing wisdom, seeing that if Pan roused the echoes with his shrill song, everyone would yield him place. Yes, even though it were Aristeus himself, and when Apollo played the lyre everyone would keep silent, even though he knew the music of Orpheus. For it is right that the inferior, in so far as it is inferior, should yield to the superior, that is, if it is to know what is appropriate to itself and what is not. But he who has conceived the hope of matching his mortal song with inspired music has surely never heard of the sad fate of Marsyas the Phrygian, or of the river which is named after him and bears witness to the punishment of that insane flute player, nor has he heard of the end of... But since you yourself furnish me with the keynote of my song, and by your words as though with the wand of Hermes arouse and wake me from sleep, lo now, even as when Dionysus strikes his drum his followers rush riotous to the dance, so let me too in response to your plectron make answering music, like those who accompany the choir-master, keeping time to the call of the rhythm. And in the first place, let me make a first offering to you, since this is your pleasure, of the speeches which I recently composed at the Emperor's command, in order to honour the glorious bridging of the strait, though what I offer you is returning small for great, and in very truth bronze for gold. Yet I am entertaining our Hermes with such fare as I have. Surely Theseus did not disdain the plain meal that Heccle provided, but knew how to content himself with humble fare when the need arose. Nor was Pan, the god of shepherds, too proud to set his lips on the pipe of the boy neatherd. Then do you also in your turn accept my discourse in a gracious spirit, and do not refuse to lend your mighty ear to my humble strain. But if it has any cleverness at all, then not only is my discourse itself fortunate, but so too is its author, in that he has obtained the testimony of Athene's vote. And if it still needs a finishing touch to complete it as a whole, do not refuse to add to it yourself what it needs. Before now the god in answer to prayers has stood by the side of a bowman and set his hands on the arrow, and again when a bard was playing the kithara and singing a high and stirring strain, the Pythian god, when the stirring failed, and the string also broke, assumed the guise of a cicada, and uttered a note of the same tune. To the same, O Zeus, how can it be right that I should spend my time in the middle of Thrace and winter in the grain pits here, while the charming Iamblichus, as though from a sort of spring in the east, letters come to me like swallows, and I cannot yet go to him, nor can he come to me. Who would be willing to put up with this unless he was some Thracian and as bad as Tereus? Lord Zeus, do thou rescue the Achaeans from Thrace, and make clear weather, and grant us to see with our eyes our own Hermes some day, and salute his shrine and embrace his statue, as they tell us Odysseus did when after wandering he beheld Ithaca. Nay, but he was still asleep when the Phaeacians unloaded him from their ship like a piece of freight and went their way. But as for me, sleep can never lay hold on me until it be my lot to see you that are the benefactor of the whole world. And yet you say in jest that I and my friend Sopater have transported the whole East into Thrace. Yet if I must speak the truth, Cimmerian gloom abides with me so long as Iamblichus is not here. And you demand one of two things, that I should go to you or that you should come to me. To my mind, one of these alternatives is both desirable and expedient. I mean, that I should go to you and benefit by your blessing that you bestow, while the other surpasses all my prayers. But since this is impossible for you and inexpedient, do you remain at home and prosper and preserve the tranquillity that you enjoy, while I will endure with a brave spirit whatever God may send. For we are told that it is the proof of a good man to keep hoping for the best, to do his duty, and follow his fate and the will of the gods. To the same, I confess that I have paid a full and sufficient penalty for leaving you, not only in the annoyances that I encountered on my journey, but far more in the very fact that I have been away from you for so very long, though I have indeed endured so many and various fortunes everywhere that I have left nothing untried. But though I have undergone the alarms of war, the rigour of a siege, the wanderings of exile, and all sorts of terrors, and moreover the extreme cold of the winter, the dangers of disease, and countless mischances of many kinds in my journey from Upper Pannonia until I crossed the Chalcedonian Strait, I may say that nothing so painful or so distressing has happened to me as the fact that after I left the East I have not for so long a time seen you, the universal blessing of the Hellenes. So do not be surprised if I say that a sort of mist and thick cloud overshadows my eyes, for only then will a clear atmosphere and the brilliant light of the sun, and so to speak the fairest and most springtime of my life, encompass me when I can embrace you, the delight and glory of the whole world, and like the true son of a noble father, who when hope is given up is seen returning from war, it may be, or from the stormy billows of the sea, can proceed to recount to you all that I have suffered and what dangers I have been through, and as I, so to speak, ride safely on a sacred anchor, can find at last a sufficient consolation for my misfortunes. For naturally it is a consolation and lightens the weight of sorrow when one unburdens one's experiences to others and shares with them the knowledge of one's sufferings in the intercourse of speech. Meanwhile, however, with what means I have I will, so far as I can approach you, and indeed I shall not cease for the whole period of our separation to conciliate you with letters by way of a token. And if I only receive the like from you, I shall be somewhat more submissive and shall hold converse with your letters, regarding them as a sort of symbol that you are safe and well. Do you then graciously accept what arrives from me, and show yourself still more gracious in making requital, since every noble utterance of yours, every written word, is reckoned by me as equivalent to the voice of Hermes, the god of eloquence, or to the hand of Asclepius. To the same, thou hast come, well hast thou done, and you indeed have come, even though absent, by means of your letter. And I was yearning for thee, and thou didst set ablaze my heart, already aflame with longing for thee. Nay, I neither refuse the love philtre, nor do I ever leave you at all, but with my soul I behold you as though you were present, and am with you when absent, and nothing is enough to quench my insatiate desire for you. Moreover, you also never slacken, but without ceasing you benefit those who are present with you, and by your letters not only cheer but even heal those who are absent. At any rate, when someone not long ago gave me the news that a friend had come and brought letters from you, it happened that for 3 days I had been suffering from a disorder of the stomach, and in fact I was in acute physical pain, so that I was not even free from fever. But as I said, when I was told that the person who had the letters was at my door, I jumped up like one possessed. who has lost control of himself, and rushed out before what I wanted could arrive. And the moment that I merely took the letter in my hands, I swear by the very gods, and by the love that burns in me for you, that instant my pains forsook me, and at once the fever let me go, as though it were abashed by some manifest saving presence. But when I broke the seal and read the letter, can you imagine what feelings took possession of my soul at the moment, or with what delight I was filled, or how I praised to the skies the dearest of winds, to quote your words, the lover's winds, in the very truth, the messenger of glad tidings, and loved it with good reason, since it had done me this service of bringing a letter from you, and like a winged thing had guided straight to me, with a fair and hurrying blast, that letter which brought me not only the pleasure of hearing good news of you, but also salvation at your hands in my own illness. But how could I describe my other sensations when first I read the letter, or how could I find adequate words to betray my own passion? How often did I hark back from the middle to the beginning? How often did I fear that I should finish it before I was aware? How often, as though I were going round in a circle in the evolutions of a strophe, did I try to connect the contents of the last paragraph with the first, just as though in a song set to music I were making the leading note of the beginning the same as the closing bars of the measure? Or how describe what I did next? How often I held the letter to my lips as mothers embrace their children, how often I kissed it with those lips, as though I were embracing my dearest sweetheart, how often I invoked and kissed and held to my eyes even the superscription which had been signed by your own hand, as though by a clear-cut seal, and how I clung to the imprint of the letters as I should to the fingers of the sacred right hand of yours. I too wish thee joy in full measure, as fair Sappho says, and not only for just as long as we have been parted from one another, but may you rejoice evermore, and write to me, and remember me with kindly thoughts, for no time shall ever pass by me in which I shall forget you, in any place, at any hour, in any word I speak. But if even Zeus permits me to return to my native land, and once more I humbly approach the sacred hearth of yours, do not spare me hereafter as you would a runaway, but fetter me, if you will, to your own beloved dwelling, making me captive like a deserter from the Muses, and then discipline me with such penalties as suffice for my punishment. Assuredly I shall submit to your jurisdiction not unwillingly, but with a good will and gladly, as to a kind father's provident and salutary correction. Moreover, if you would content to trust me to sentence myself and allow me to suffer the penalty that I prefer, I would gladly fasten myself to your tunic, my noble friend, so that I might never for a moment leave your side, but be with you always, and closely attached to you wherever you are, like those two-bodied beings invented in the myths. Unless indeed in this case also the myths, though they tell us the story in jest, are describing in enigmatical words an extraordinary sort of friendship, and by that close tie of a common being express the kinship of soul in both beings. To the same, I am sensible of the sweet-tempered manner in which you reproach me, and that you achieve two things with equal success, for you do me honour by what you write, and instruct me by your criticisms. And for my part, if I were conscious of even the least failure in the attention due to you, I should certainly try by making reasonable excuses to parry your criticism, or if I were in fault, I should not hesitate to ask your forgiveness. especially since I know that you are not implacable towards your friends when they have involuntarily failed in some friendly office to you. But as it is, since it was not right either for you to be neglected or for me to be careless, if we were to attain that which we ever seek after and desire, come, I will plead my case before you as though by the rules of a lawsuit, and I will prove that far from having neglected any of my duties towards you, I have never even ventured to postpone them. It is now 3 years since I arrived from Pannonia, with difficulty escaping safely from the dangers and troubles that you know of. When I had crossed the Chalcedonian Strait and approached the city of Nicomedia, to you first as though to the God of my fathers I paid vows as the first thank-offering for my deliverance, by sending you as a token of my arrival my salutation in place of a sacred offering. The man who took charge of my letter was one of the imperial guard named Julian, the son of Baculus, a native of Apama, and to him I all the more readily entrusted the letter because he asserted that he was going in your direction and that he knew you very well. Afterwards, as though from Apollo, a sacred letter came to me from you, in which you declared that you had been pleased to hear of my arrival. This was to my mind an auspicious omen and a fount of fairest hopes. Iamblichus the wise and the letter of Iamblichus to me. Need I say how I rejoiced, or assure you how deeply I was moved by your letter? For if you had received what I wrote to you with no other purpose, and it was sent to you by one of the courtiers who came from where you are, you would certainly know from what I then said how great was the pleasure that I felt on receiving it. Again, when the custodian of my children was returning home, I began another letter to you, in which I at the same time spoke to you of my gratitude for your previous favours and begged for a return from you for the immediate future. After this, the excellent Sopater came on an embassy to our city. When I recognised him, I at once started up and flew to him, and when I had embraced him, I wept for joy, dreaming of nothing else but you and a letter from you to me. And when I received it, I kissed it and held it to my eyes and kept tight hold of it, as though I was afraid that while I was in the act of reading your letter, the phantom of your image might elude me and fly away. And moreover, I at once wrote an answer, not to you only, but also to the revered Sopater, that great man's son, telling him, as though giving myself airs, that I accepted our mutual friend from Apama as a sort of hostage for your absence. This is the third letter that I have written to you since that time, but I have myself received no other letters from you, save that in which you seem to reproach me. Now, if you are accusing me merely for the purpose of providing me with further motives for writing to you, and only pretend to reproach me, then I am very glad to receive your criticism, and in this very letter that has now come, I take to myself the whole of the kindness implied. But if you really accuse me of being in any way remiss in my duty to you, who could be more wretched than I? Through the wrongdoing or negligence of letter-carriers, when I, least of all men, deserve the reproach, and yet even if I do not write oftener, I may well claim indulgence from you. I do not mean because of the many affairs which I have on my hands, for my eye never sinks so low as not to count you more important than any business whatever, as Pindar says, but because there is more wisdom in hesitating to write more than is fitting to so great a man as yourself, whom one cannot so much as think of without awe, than in being too presumptuous. For even as those who venture to gaze steadily at the bright beams of Helios, unless indeed they be in some sort divine, and like the genuine offspring of eagles can brave his rays, are unable to behold what is not lawful for their eyes to see, and the more they strive for this, the more they show that they have not the power to attain it. Even so, I say, he who ventures to write to you shows clearly that the more he allows himself to presume, the more he ought to be afraid. For you, however, my noble friend, who have been appointed as the saviour, so to speak, of the whole Hellenic world, it would have been becoming not only to write to me without stint, but also to allay as far as you could the scruples felt by me. For as Helios, if my argument may again employ in reference to you a simile from the god, even as Helios, I say, when he shines in full splendour with his brilliant rays, rejects naught of what encounters his beams, but ever performs his function, so ought you not to shrink from bountifully pouring forth the flood of your blessings like light over the Hellenic world, even when, whether from modesty or fear of you, one is too bashful to make any return. Asclepius again does not heal mankind in the hope of repayment, but everywhere fulfills his own function of beneficence to mankind. This then you ought to do also, as though you were the physician of souls endowed with eloquence, and you ought to keep up on all occasions the preaching of virtue, like a skilled archer who, even though he has no opponent, keeps training his hand by every means in view of future need. For in truth we have not the same ambition, since mine is to secure the wise teachings that flow from you, and yours is to read letters sent by me. But as for me, though I should write 10,000 times, mine is still mere child's play, and I am like the boys in Homer, who on the seashores model something in wet sand, and then abandon it for all the sea to wash away. Whereas even a short letter from you is more potent than any fertilizing flood. And for my part I would rather receive one letter from Iamblichus than possess all the gold of Lydia. If then you care at all for your fond admirers, and you do care if I am not mistaken, do not neglect me, who am like a fledgling constantly in need of sustenance from you, but write regularly, and moreover do not be reluctant to feast me on the good things that come from you. And if I prove to be remiss, do not take on yourself to provide both things, not only what you yourself give, but equally what you furnish in my place. For it befits you as a pupil of Hermes, the god of eloquence, or if you prefer his nursling, to desire to imitate his use of the wand, not by putting men to sleep, but by rousing and awakening them. To the same. When Odysseus was trying to remove his son's illusions about him, it was enough for him to say, "No god am I. Why then do you liken me to the immortals? But I might say that I do not exist at all among men so long as I am not with Iamblichus. Nay, I admit that I am your lover, even as Odysseus, that he was the father of Telemachus. For even though someone should say that I am unworthy, not even so shall he deprive me of my longing. For I have heard that many men have fallen in love with beautiful statues, and far from injuring the art of the craftsman, they have by their passion for them imparted to the workmanship the added delight in what lives and breathes. But as for the wise men of old, among whom you are pleased to reckon me in jest, I should say that I fall as far short of them as I believe that you are to be ranked among them. And indeed, you have succeeded in combining with yourself not only Pindar or Democritus or most ancient Orpheus, but also that whole genius of the Hellenes which is on record as having attained to the summit of philosophy, even as in a lyre, by the harmonious combination of various notes, the perfection of music is achieved. And just as the myths give Argus, Io's guardian, an encircling ring of ever-wakeful eyes as he keeps watch over the darling of Zeus, so too does true report endow you, the trusted guardian of virtue, with the light of the countless eyes of culture. They say that Proteus the Egyptian used to change himself into various shapes as though he feared being taken unawares, and showing those who needed his aid that he was wise. But for my part, if Proteus was really wise and the sort of man to know the truth about many things, as Homer says, I applaud him for his talent, but I cannot admire his attitude of mind, since he played the part not of one who loves mankind, but of an impostor, by concealing himself in order to avoid being of service to mankind. But who, my noble friend, would not genuinely admire you, since though you are inferior in no way to wise Proteus, if not even more fully initiated than he in consummate virtues, you do not begrudge mankind the blessings that you possess, but like the bright sun, you cause the rays of your pure wisdom to shine on all men, not only by associating as is natural with those near you, but also as far as possible by making the absent proud through your writings. And in this way, by your achievements, you surpass even charming Orpheus, for he squandered on the ears of wild beasts his own peculiar musical gift. But you, as though you had been born to save the whole human race, emulate everywhere the hand of Asclepius, and pervade all things with the saving power of your eloquence. Wherefore I think that Homer too, if he were to return to life, would with far more justice allude to you in the verse, one is still alive and is destined in the wide world to be detained. For, in very truth, for those of us who are of the antique mould, a sacred spark, so to speak, of true and life-giving culture is kindled by your aid alone, and grant, O Zeus the Saviour, and Hermes, god of eloquence, that this blessing, which is the common property of the whole world, even the charming Iamblichus, may be preserved for the longest possible period of time. Indeed, there is no doubt that in the case of Homer and Plato and Socrates and others who were worthy to be of that company, the prayers of the just were successful and did avail men of old, and thus increased and prolonged the natural term of these great men's lives. So there is no reason why in our day also a man who in his eloquence and virtuous life is the peer of those famous men should not by means of similar prayers be conducted to the extreme limit of old age for the happiness of mankind. To the most illustrious Serapion, people observe the public festivals in various ways, but I am sending you 100 long-stalked dried home-grown figs, as a sweet token of this pleasant festal season. If you measure the gift by its size, the pleasure I offer you is trifling, but if measured by its beauty, it will perhaps suffice. It is the opinion of Aristophanes that figs are sweeter than anything else except honey, and on second thoughts, he does not allow that even honey is sweeter than figs. Herodotus the historian also, in order to describe a really barren desert, thought it enough to say, they have no figs or anything else that is good, as though to say that among the fruits of the earth there is none to be ranked above figs, and that where men had figs, they did not wholly lack something good. Again, the wise Homer praises other fruit for their size or colour or beauty, but the fig alone he allows the epithet of sweet, and he calls honey yellow for fear he should inadvertently call sweet what is in fact often bitter. Accordingly, to the fig alone he assigns this epithet for its own, just as he does to nectar, because alone of all things it is sweet. Indeed, Hippocrates says that honey, though it is sweet to the taste, is quite bitter to the digestion, and I can believe his statement, for all agree that it produces bile and turns the juices to the very opposite of its original flavour, which fact even more surely convinces it of being in its origin naturally bitter. For it would not change to this bitterness if in the beginning this quality had not belonged to it, from which it changed to the reverse. But the fig is not only sweet to taste, but it is still better for digestion, and it is so beneficial to mankind that Aristotle even says that it is an antidote for every deadly poison, and that, for no other reason than this, it is served before other food as a first course at meals, and then at the end for dessert, as though we embraced it in preference to any other sacred means of averting injury caused by the things we eat. Moreover, that the fig is offered to the gods also and is set on the altars in every sacrifice, and that it is better than any frankincense for making fragrant fumes. This is a statement not made by me alone, but whoever is acquainted with its use knows that it is the statement of a wise man, a hierophant. Again, the admirable Theophrastus, in his precepts on agriculture, when he is describing the kinds of grafted trees and what sorts admit of being grafted on one another, commends the fig tree above all other plants, if I am not mistaken, as being able to receive various and different kinds, and as the only one of them all that easily bears a growth of any other sort, if you cut out every one of its boughs, and then break off and insert a different engrafted stalk into each of the cleft stumps. Hence to look at it is often equivalent to a complete garden, since it returns you the variegated and manifold splendours of other fruits, as happens in the loveliest orchard. And whereas the fruit of other fruit-bearing trees are short-lived and cannot last for any time, the fig alone can survive beyond the year, and is present at the birth of the fruit that is to follow it. Hence Homer also says that in the garden of Alcinous, the fruits wax old on one another. Now in the case of other fruit this might perhaps seem to be a poetic fiction, but for the fig alone it would be consistent with the plain fact, because alone of all fruits it lasts for some time. Such I think is the nature of the fig in general, but the kind that grows with us is much better than others, so that in proportion as the fig is more valuable than other plants, our fig is more admirable than the fig in general, and while the latter in its kind surpassed all other fruits, it is in its turn excelled by ours, and again holds its own by comparison in both respects, first in being plainly superior, and secondly, in points where it seems to be inferior, it wins on the general count. And it is quite natural that this should be so in our country alone, for it was fitting, I think, that the city which in very truth belongs to Zeus and is the eye of the whole East, I mean sacred and most mighty Damascus, which in all other respects bears the palm, for instance, for the beauty of its shrines and the size of its temples, and for its exquisitely tempered climate and the splendour of its fountains, the number of its rivers and the fertility of its soil. I say it is fitting that she alone should keep up her reputation by the possession of a plant of this excellence, and thus excite an excess of admiration. Accordingly, our tree does not brook transplanting, nor does it overstep the natural boundaries of its growth, but as though by a law that governs the indigenous plant refuses to grow in colonies abroad. The same sorts of gold and silver are, I believe, produced in many places, but our country alone gives birth to a plant that cannot be grown anywhere else. And just like the wares of India or Persian silks, or all that is produced and collected in the country of the Ethiopians, but travels everywhere by the law of commerce, so too our native fig does not grow anywhere else on earth, but is exported by us to all other parts. and there is no city or island to which it does not travel, because it is so much admired for its sweet flavour. Moreover, it even adorns the imperial table, and is the boast and ornament of every feast. And there is no cake or roll or pastry or any kind of confectionery to match it as a sweetmeat wherever it comes. So far does it surpass in admirable qualities all other dainties, and moreover all figs from all other places. Again, other figs are either eaten in autumn or are dried and go to the storeroom, but the fig of our country alone can be used in both ways, and though it is good while on the tree, it is far better when it has been dried. And should you see with your own eyes their beauty while they are still on the trees, and how from each one of the branches they hang by long stalks like flower buds, so to speak, or again, how with their fruit they completely encircle the tree, then you would say that by this circular series, one above another, they compose a splendid and varied picture, even as a neck in its necklace. Then again, the manner in which they are taken from the tree, and the means employed for preserving them for a long time, involve quite as much outlay as the pleasure derived from their use, for they are not like other kinds of figs thrown together in one place, nor are they dried in the sun in heaps or promiscuously, but first they are gathered carefully by hand from the trees, then they are hung on the walls by means of sticks or thorny twigs, so that they may be bleached by exposure to the direct rays of the sun, while they are also safe from the attacks of animals and small birds, since the protection of the prickles furnishes them with a sort of bodyguard. So far my letter to you dealt with their origins, their sweetness, their beauty, their confection, and their use, and is in lighter vein. Now consider the number 100, which is more honourable than any other, and contains in itself the perfection of all numbers, as one may learn from the following considerations. I am indeed well aware that there is a saying of wise men of old, that an odd number is to be preferred to an even, and they declare that the source of increase is that which does not couple. For in a pair, the one term being equal to the other remains of the same quality, but when there are two numbers, the third produces oddness. But for my part, even though the statement is somewhat bold, I would nevertheless say this: numbers surely depend on a generative principle, and can carry on consecutive increases through the whole series. But I hold that it is far more just to assign the causes of the increase to the even than to the odd numbers. For the number 1 is not odd, when it has no number in respect to which it were odd, but its coupling with 2 produces twofold oddness, and the number 3, coming from the 2, naturally produces as increase. Then again, when we add 2 to 2, the result is the higher stage of the number 4, and in a word, their conjunction, while making oddness clear in each of their 2 elements, is constituted in the number 2. This being granted, I should say of course that when the first decad is revolving on itself in a circle, the whole series progresses to the number 100, so that by the number 1 the increase amounts to 10, and the decad in turn is added each time to itself, and the total is reached in the number 100. And starting again from this point, with the hundreds, the whole series of numbers derive their power by the activity of the number 1, except that it is the number 2, when combined with it, that ever produces the odd and again recalls it to itself, until again it concludes with a second 100, the sum of all the numbers, and making a complete This being granted, I should say, of course, that when the first decade is revolving on itself in a circle, the whole series progresses to the number 100, so that by the number 1, the increase amounts to 10, and the decade in turn is added each time to itself, and the total is reached in the number 100. And starting again from this point, with the hundreds, the whole series of numbers derive their power by the activity of the number 1, except that it is the number 2, when combined with it, that ever produces the odd and again recalls it to itself, until again it concludes with a second hundred the sum of all the numbers, and making it complete proceeds again from it to another, and under the denomination of hundreds continually carries forward the sum to the conception of infinity. So I think that Homer too in his poems does not lightly or idly assign to Zeus the 100 tasselled aegis, but in a lofty and obscure saying he hinted at this, that to the most perfect God he attached the most perfect number, that number by which alone beyond all others he would most fittingly be adorned, or because the whole universe which he has comprehended in the shape of an aegis, by reason of the roundness of the image, no other number than the 100 describes, and so with the round number 100 he harmonizes the conception of the intelligible world as a whole. Again, on the same principle, he makes Briareus with his 100 hands the assessor of Zeus, and allows him to rival his father's might, as though he expressed the perfection of his strength by means of the perfect number. Again, Pindar the Theban, when he celebrates the destruction of Thypoeus in his Odes of Victory, and describes to the most mighty ruler of the gods power over this most mighty giant, rises to the highest pitch of praise simply because with one blow he was able to lay low the 100-headed giant, as though no other giant was held worthy to fight hand to hand with Zeus than he whom, alone from all the rest, his mother had armed with 100 heads, and as though no other of the gods save Zeus were worthy to win a victory by the destruction of so great a giant. Simonides also, the lyric poet, thinks it enough for his praise of Apollo that he should call the god Hekatos, and adorn him with this title rather than with any other sacred symbol, for this reason, that he overcame the python, the serpent, with 100 shafts, as he says, and the god himself took more pleasure in being addressed as Hekatos than the Pythian, as if he were thus invoked by the symbolic expression of his complete title. Then again, the island of Crete, which nurtured Zeus, has received as her reward, as though it were her fee for sheltering Zeus, the honour of cities to the number of 100. Homer too praises Thebes the 100-gated for no other reason than that there was a marvellous beauty in her 100 gates. I say nothing of the hectatomes of the gods, and temples 100 feet long, altars with 100 steps, rooms that hold 100 men, fields of 100 acres, and other things divine and human which are classed together because they have this number for their epithet. It is a number, moreover, that has the power to adorn official rank both for war and peace, and while it lends brilliance to a company of 100 soldiers, it also confers distinction on the title of judges when their number is 100, and I could say more than this, but the etiquette of letter writing deters me. But do you be indulgent to my discourse, for what I have said already is more than enough. And if my essay has in your judgment even a mediocre elegance, it shall surely go forth for others to read, after receiving the testimonial of your vote. But if it need another hand to make it fulfil its aim, who better than you should know how to polish this manuscript to the point of elegance and make it smooth so as to give pleasure to the eye? To Basil. Up to the present, I have displayed the innately mild and humane temper that I have shown since childhood, And I have brought under my sway all who dwell on the earth beneath the sun. For lo, every tribe of barbarians as far as the boundaries of the river ocean has come bringing gifts to lay at my feet. And likewise the Sagadares, who are bred on the banks of the Danube, and the Coti, with headdresses of many shapes and colours, who are not like the rest of mankind to look at, but have a fierce and wild appearance. These at the present time are grovelling in my footprints, and promise to do whatever suits my Majesty's pleasure. And not only am I distracted by this, but I must with all speed occupy the country of the Persians and put to flight the great Sapor, who is a descendant of Darius, until he consents to pay my tribute and taxes. Afterwards I must also sack the settlements of the Indians and Saracens, until they too shall all take second place in my empire and consent to pay tribute and taxes. But you have in your own person displayed a pride far exceeding the power of all these, when you say that you are clothed in pious reserve, but in fact flaunt your impudence, and spread a rumour on all sides that I am not worthy to be Emperor of the Romans. What? Do you not yourself know that I am a descendant of the most mighty Constans? And although this your conduct has come to my knowledge, I have not, as concerns you, departed from my former attitude. I mean, that mutual regard which you and I have when we were young men of the same age. But with no harshness of temper I decreed that you shall dispatch to me 1,000 in weight of gold, and, as I march by Caesarea, to be paid without my leaving the high road, since I propose to march with all speed to carry on the war with Persia, and I am prepared, if you do not do this, to lay waste to the whole district of Caesarea, to tear down on the spot those fine buildings erected long ago, and to set up instead temples and images, that so I may persuade all men to submit to the Emperor of Rome, and not to be inflated with conceit. Accordingly, weigh the above-mentioned gold to the amount on Campanian scales, oversee it yourself, and measure it carefully, and dispatch it safely to me by someone of your own household in whom you have confidence, and first seal it with your own seal ring, so that if you have recognized, late though it be, that the occasion admits of no evasion, I may deal mildly with your errors of the past. For what I read, I understand and condemn. Letter from Gallus Caesar to his brother Julian. Gallus Caesar to his brother Julian, greeting. My nearness to the country, I mean to Ionia, has brought me to the greatest possible gain. For it gave me comfort when I was troubled and pained at the first report that came to me. You will understand what I mean. It came to my ears that you had abandoned your former mode of worship, which was handed down by our ancestors, and goaded by some evil kind of madness that incited you to do this, had betaken yourself to that vain superstition. What pain should I not have suffered? For just as whenever I learn by public rumour of any noble quality in you, I regard it as a personal gain, so too, if I hear of anything disturbing, which, however, I do not think I shall, in the same way I consider it even more my personal loss. Therefore, when I was troubled about these matters, the presence of our father Ratius cheered me, for he reported the very contrary, which was what I prayed to hear. Moreover, he said that you were zealous in attendance at the house of prayer, and that you are not being drawn away from pious remembrance of the martyrs, and he affirmed that you entirely adhere to the religion of our family. So I would say to you, in the words of Homer, shoot on in this wise, and rejoice those who love you by being spoken of in such terms, remembering that nothing is higher than religion. For supreme virtue teaches us to hate a lie as treachery, and to cling to the truth, which truth is most clearly made manifest in the worship of the divine being. For a crowd is wholly contentious and unstable, But the deity, ministering alone with but one other, rules the universe, not by division or lot, like the sons of Kronos, but existing from the beginning and having power over all things, not having received it from another by violence, but existing before all. This is verily God, whom we must adore with the reverence that we owe to him. Farewell. Eustathius the philosopher to Julian. What an advantage it was to me that the token came light. For instead of riding in fear and trembling in the public carriage and in encounters with drunken mule drivers and mules made restive, as Homer says, from idleness and overfeeding, having to endure clouds of dust and a strange dialect and the cracking of whips, it was my lot to travel at leisure by a road arched over with trees and well shaded, a road that had numerous springs and resting places suitable to the summer season for a traveller who seeks relief from his weariness on the way, and where I always found a good place to stop, airy and shaded by plane trees or cypresses, while in my hand I held the Phaedrus or some other of Plato's dialogues. Now all this profit, O beloved, I gained from the freedom with which I travelled, therefore I considered that it would be unnatural not to communicate this also to you, and announce it. To a painter. If I did not possess it, and you had bestowed it on me, you would have deserved to be forgiven, but if I possessed it, and did not use it, I carried the gods, or rather was carried by them. Why, my friend, did you give me a form other than my own? Paint me exactly as you saw me.